We're all doing this.
It's fine.
It's about showtime.
You always complain when I smile, you want to see my eyes.
I didn't say that, and you are smiling with your face. Well, a lot more pictures I have you do this. So it really gets serious.
Oh, really?
You're presenting.
They were going to the controller one.
Okay,
So,
we're ready. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Might as well get started. Why not?
Well,
Rory?
okay, this is,
Yeah. Hi, we are 3102, and we are presenting Why So Many Girls. I'm Callie.
I'm Maya.
I'm Olivia.
I'm Cameron. And I'm Olivia. So, me personally, I came because I have family here, and this place I can work with my hands and have help from others. And I learned not to be afraid to ask what something is. It helped me get out of my shell too. That was my quote. And then I enjoyed robotics because of my interest in computers and coding. I also hoped it would spark some creativity and give me skills for a career after school. And that was Sebastian. Would anyone like to say why they're here for robotics?
So cute. There we go.
I am here because I think that robotics gives a place for just about anyone and providing opportunities for people to do whatever their skill set is and to send them out into the world, to have those soft skills and those engineering skills to be what they want to be. Why you're here.
I like to see young kids do this. It's very impressive, it's creative, it's inspiring. So basically what FIRST is all about.
I'm definitely here because of promoting STEM. I had the opportunity to be a robotics student coming up, so I'm also providing that support as a volunteer, and yes.
Why are you here?
I'm here because it gave me an opportunity to do something I've never done and to branch out and, see things I've never seen, do things I've never done, and be able to find a place where I can unconditionally be myself.
Why are you here?
I'm here because I feel very supported in robotics and that I love learning things early on, so then when I get the real world, everything will be so much easier, and that is what robotics is doing for me.
Why are you here?
I'm here because my sister encouraged me to join, and it helped me improve, boundaries I wasn't so confident in, like problem solving, and it's really helping me, with my public speaking.
I'm here because I'm not my parents' child. Everything I do contradicts everything that they've taught me. And I came here because it's helping me pave my own way and help build my name for myself. And it gives me a sense of leadership that I don't get when I'm in sports, because in sports, people say that age is your leadership. You have more age on you than you're more a leader. But here, I can be a leader even if I'm only a freshman. We have many opportunities on our team. Everybody has a job. I, as an 8th grader last year, came not knowing anything about this program, and I became an impact speaker along with 2 other seniors. And I was a scouter, and I did a bunch of other jobs. I was a photographer, and I feel really like that was my job. I like my job, and it's a great job.
My job was drive team. I've been on there for 4 years now, and build and design 4 years, and it was just like amazing to me. I thought I would do impact, and then I kind of found my place in build and design.
Last year, I was on impact and helped write stuff, and I helped with scouting in the stands. And then this year, one of my mentors asked me to come and join like the build team and the pit team. And I'm having a lot of fun down there now, getting to see robotics from this new angle.
Okay, my story is kind of hectic because I'm a sophomore. I joined in 8th grade. In 8th grade, I was kind of thrown everywhere. At first, I was doing a lot of build team because the build mentor asked me to join. Then I was helping with impact. I did First Ladies. Last year for NMRC, I was an impact speaker. This year, I was on a drive team. I drove the robot, and currently, I'm the human player.
last year was my first year on the team, and I was kind of figuring out where I was supposed to go when I tried making presentations and doing all this stuff just to figure out my place. And this year I figured out where I was supposed to be more, and I became the lead scout, which basically is gather a bunch of people, they get information, and then we later on build an alliance, and it really helps our team.
This is a chart of the females compared to males on our team throughout the years that we've been a robotics team. The chart, it really fluctuates a lot. In the beginning, it's buried down, not a lot of girls, and then all of a sudden we have a spike in female robotics members joining, and I think around there, that is when we got our first female mentor, encouraging more people to come into robotics and try it, since there's someone older like you on that team ready to help you. And then we have a very steep downfall in the 2020 to 2021, and that was caused by COVID. Not a lot of people probably wanted to be around a lot of people from, but yeah, but this is our chart.
Okay, next we have school support. We're very supported with our community, and robotics is also very helpful. 3102 has been involved with literally Lions Club. We've done fish fries. We've driven the robot in the middle of town on our festive days that are called Muskie Days. We have a large trophy case in the cafeteria. We have locker tags. A lot of classes like to watch the robotics team when we're at our regionals, having our own pet fest. Nevis does half of our annual budget. Fire truck send-offs and state banners, all for everything we do.
The world needs strong women. A mentor is someone who allows you to see the hope inside yourself. Now, a lot of these women probably wouldn't have been as large group on our team if it weren't for our female mentors, Kay Edberg and Hannah Delahunt. They've been leaders in my whole journey of 2 years, a year and a half. I really appreciate them, but the men also need to be part of the equation. A lot of the reason that we have so many women on our team is because the men are nice human beings. They're not pushy, they're not like, hey, you shouldn't do this, you should do this. They welcome. We don't have a lot of people girls on our build team, but we have in the past. They help us a lot. They teach us a lot of things, and they're just not pushy. It's part of the big equation. But women need to lead themselves sometimes. And having strong women being leaders, such as our mentors, it helps a lot when women are pushed around. Our female mentors, we're starting with Hannah Delahunt. This is her 3rd year as a mentor, and she is the on-field drive coach and is part of the Impact Award teams and drive team. She's also a 2nd grade teacher at Nevis. Her favorite memory was storm chasing Mississippi and freaking out over the fact that we have to drive possibly through a tornado. And her name is Nellie. And Kay Edberg, little Nettie. She's in charge of marketing, outreach, awards, and programming support. And she's an early childhood special education teacher in Nevis. Her favorite snack for robotics is trail mix, and this is her 7th year as a mentor. This is a little memoir from a former mentor before she had children, and programming support. And she's an early childhood special education teacher, and she had to make a lot of sacrifices so that she could have a family, but this is everything that she had to say in the years that she mentored our team. And a lot of these, we only asked to give 1 sentence. She was welcomed and encouraged. She was pushed in a good way to follow interests. She participated and she loved the culture here. She was respected as a female, and the men on the team treated her as a capable equal. Other mentors are extremely passionate, and they made her feel capable. Their enthusiasm and belief in the program that provides students was so infectious that she could not say no to mentoring. And we taught her everything that our team has to offer with our friendly culture and the space that we provide women to be themselves. So, question we have to ask, is first your first experience? For me, the answer is yes. First is my first experience with STEM. I had never imagined I was going to do this ever until some person told me that it might be good for me, and it was. We provide STEM classes for our elementary with a designated STEM teacher, and I do have photos of this. I don't know why they're not on here, but it's a really good experience to see how involved younger students are and how happy they are to just play with Legos. But it's still STEM, and they make robots just like we do, just miniature versions. We have FLL, First Lego League, for our middle schoolers, and I was on that team along with Maya. And we were on an all-girls team for FLL. We were the Perch, and we were really successful compared to some of the boys' teams like that. And that just shows that women have willpower and that they can do anything they want as long as they put their minds to it. We don't need some boys teaching us what to do. My mom, as I said, does not do STEM. My grandma does not do STEM. The closest thing I have was my aunt, who was on this team in 2012. She was head safety, I think. That's no longer a sub-team, but that's what she did. Is STEM your first STEM experience?
I would say this is my first really experience to work with people and to have help from others. And I mean, in my entire family, it's like very old-fashioned. The girls just stay in the kitchen, and that's how it was. The men would always do the outside work. And that's what I was taught until I joined robotics. And I actually love it a lot more. My mom was a dentist, my dad was in the army, and then basically I found my path to just keep working on things with my hands.
Hello? First is my first experience in STEM. I never really thought I would be on a robotics team in my life. And I never thought I would be smart enough to even get on this, because when you think robotics, you think, oh my God, it's gonna be so complicated. You're working with robots, you're building this, you're building that. But you don't need a 4.0 GPA average to be on a robotics team. You could be the worst student alive and still have a place on that team. And first, make sure everyone has a place on that team. And it's a great experience.
First is also my first STEM experience. Before I got into robotics, I played a lot of sports. I played volleyball, I played hockey. But in hockey, I had to play on a boys team, so I learned very early on that women are capable of doing stuff with men, better than men, not as good as men, all of the above. And it's a very nice experience coming to first and seeing people are teaching that, not just you have to experience it, I guess. So first is very nice it's a refresher.
Is first your first experience in STEM?
I would say first wasn't my first experience in STEM, but it was a really good experience because it really made me go out of my comfort zone and experience new things and go new places, and it really helped me a lot. And this team is like a family. They're just so welcoming, and it's just really great to have those people in my life.
And that's the sad reality that most women have. A lot of women that I've known in my life don't have any other experience in STEM unless they were provided a robotics team. And what most people on our team don't realize is that we're blessed with such a great team, both culturally and academically / challenging, I guess. We're always pushed out of our comfort zone, but at the same time, it's for a good reason. It's not because we're women and we need to be pushed around. Now, these are some terms that, sadly, many women have had to hear. Fortunately for me, I have not. But that's not the story for everybody. Have you ever been told any of these?
Yes.
Okay, Jennifer, have you ever been told one of these?
Yeah, I see this. I work in a school setting. I see a lot of this all the time. Sometimes unconsciously, sometimes consciously. On our team, I think we have a culture where we are very conscious of the microaggressions and the micro-inclusions. And we try very, very hard to keep it positive, and I think it shows.
I can't say that I've actually experienced anyone saying this to me, but I've felt this way. I know for a fact that my daughter was also on a robotics team, also felt that from outside people that, no, you're a girl, you can't do that. So she forced herself to get involved and actually did a part of a lot of what the boys did in the robotics team, which I'm very proud of her for.
Donna?
Okay. I would say I have felt this. I wouldn't say I have heard it as well. But the nice thing about FIRST, I think FIRST as a whole does really well not having this happen. Not just our team, but the program itself.
That's not the case for every team. I work in a class called All Are Welcome Leadership. It's a really good class, and there's a lot of people involved, but I've heard many, many stories of girls getting pushed aside and being told that they can't do what they want to do. It's really disheartening, and it makes me think how lucky some of the women are on our team. That we have the culture that we have on our team that makes us feel so welcome and are able to do what we want to do. These are more sentences from some alumni. I don't know any of these people, and that's really the truth. We asked them to give one sentence about their experience on our team, and these many paragraphs is everything that they have to say. It encourages them, they pushed themselves, they found comfort zones, they had huge roles and accomplishments, and that's the atmosphere in our team, that's the norm on our team, but it's not the norm for everybody, and that's okay, but this is what we strive to do on our team, is to make kids feel this way, to make women feel this way. They can do anything that they want, that they can pursue and come to a college meant for technology, that they can go be a NASA technician or something, I don't really know. That they can go to the military and feel comfortable in that position. And it's a blessing. What do I get out of robotics? I get a family that is not my normal family. I have no sisters. I have only brothers, and I'm the oldest, and I get pushed around even though I'm the oldest. So, not getting pushed around is very fun. I get problem-solving skills, and since joining FIRST, my career possibilities have opened up so much. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I thought I wanted to be a baker, thought I wanted to be an author. Now I kind of want to be an ultrasound technician. I don't really know. I could be a nuclear physicist, like Kat, who is an alumni. But, you know, possibilities are endless. What do you get out of robotics?
I get wonderful people out of this experience. Like most of our seniors, you get really close to them. And it hurts when they leave, but yeah.
What I get out of robotics is I get a place to be myself without having to apologize for being myself. I get to act how I want to act, I get to convey my feelings without having to feel sorry about them. I get to have a found family that I can see whenever, I can talk to whenever, and I know they'll listen without judgment. without chastising me, without putting me down or like discarding my feelings, saying that, I have no reason to feel that way. They validate my feelings and they validate me as a person, and it's a great thing to have.
I get out of this experience with the world is definitely not like the atmosphere in robotics, and it's nice and refreshing to come here and see that the world, part of this world, can be nice and supportive and having a family. And it's nice having a family like away from your biological family, because you're with your biological family all the time. But it's kind of like that in robotics too, but more fun. But yeah, I really like it. I love the opportunities, the friendships, and the feeling of leadership, just everything above, and spending time with these amazing people, and crying over them. But yeah.
What does robotics, when you get out of robotics,
I would say what I got out of robotics is a family, and I think like everyone here said that, but it's just so true. Like, they're just so there for you, and like they really, like, it's another family away from your family. Like, if you get sick and tired of your family, you have another family to go to. And that's just so comforting, because that means people are there for you, and that just really like helps knowing people are there for you. And it's just so comforting.
This is a small excerpt from a essay, personal essay that I wrote for our English class, and it simply states the truth about how I feel on the team as an 8th grader who had no experience and was brought up by some lovely seniors into the leadership role that I have now. Robotics isn't for everyone, and when I first heard about it, I didn't think it was for me either. All I remember when walking into the shop room was the number of older students who actually knew what to do. There was so much separating me from them, and I thought there was no way that they would ever talk to me. And the one that did, every now and then, was the one who got me to join. Hey, welcome to Team 3102. Good to see you still follow through to the big games, upperclassmen exclaimed. Yeah. Is it bad that I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing? I said, hating the feeling of being clueless. No, you'll figure it all out eventually. It's like a big puzzle piece, and you're just missing the last one. You'll find it along the way. Don't worry about it too much. Something about his tone sounded proud. Proud that I had followed through on my word to try something I didn't think would fit me, something I wouldn't have tried in a different lifetime. Well, he was right. Every day was like trying to solve a puzzle piece, finding the right puzzle piece to fit in on the team. By the first competition, I had found myself on the Impact speaking team with 2 other seniors. I hadn't even realized that robotics was something I had looked forward to. It was something that I felt I could be myself during the competitions. Suddenly, I didn't want it to end. Throughout the rest of the season, I had found myself dreading the day that the team I had grown with would be no more. At our Louisiana regional competition, I had come to the abrupt conclusion that this might very well be the last competition I had with the team I loved. The dread had officially seeped through my bones, my soul, and my heavy heart. I hadn't even found my last puzzle piece yet. I didn't fit in, yet. Then, calamity struck. We lost our last championship round, and we were disqualified. But it couldn't be over. I hadn't found my key to fitting in. As we packed up our pit and the drive team was getting ready to load the robot, a wave of emotion washed over me. I had started crying. I started crying for the family I made on this team, for the seniors who don't get another competition, and for everything else there was to cry about. But that was it. That was the missing piece. Robotics isn't about fitting in. It's about standing out and finding yourself surrounded by what you love doing and all the people you love doing it with. puzzle was completed, and I had found something that was truly and utterly something I loved. The lesson I had learned from joining robotics last year was something I don't think I could have learned from anything else. I had learned that sometimes standing out is better than fitting in, and that trying something new is more beneficial than not trying it at all. Robotics has a special place in my heart, and I would never trade it for anything in the world. A special thank you goes out to the senior who had made me try out and made sure that I stayed comfortable through my whole journey. I never would have experienced the family that I have now without him. We have a lot of fun. This is an excerpt of it. That's just a glimpse of how much fun we have together as one big, gigantic family that never breaks up because, of course, the seniors never leave. As you can see, they're in the front of our presentations, they're in everything that we do, and their memories will always be engraved in our minds and our hearts. And we love our mentors, all of them, including the sweaty big man. And our other sweaty man. That's okay. We love them because they've given us the opportunity to make this journey and to do everything that we have done. They've given Olivia the opportunity to become a leader. They've given Maya an opportunity to become a big speaker, big wheels. They've given Camber a sense of joy and a voice in this team, and they've given Olivia many, many friends that she cries about a lot. I know. And they've given me a big family, and I love my family, and I would never trade it for the world. Thank you for watching, and thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
That was so great. Amazing.
Military, talk about the military. And I'm like, oh, you're crying, shoot. I literally said that. I was like,
Oh, no.
that's great.
Nice job, lady.
Yes, well done.
Yes, nice job. That was great. I'm a 45-year-old in that little ninth grade class up there.
Me?
Yes.
I like talking. If you haven't noticed.
We have you in the microphone.
Right?
I was like,
do I stay with my mom?
I said what my mom did. I did not say what my mom did. My mom was a daycare teacher.
I want to say like, hey, my mom. My mom will say,
Oh, anyone to leave us up here for later?
We'll be out till this afternoon.
Or you want to leave mine? Well, I just want to say our font changes when we transfer to
I'm hungry.
PowerPoint.
let's just do it on campus.
Yeah.
You want to try it?
I'm hungry.
Well, we're not until 1:30. Lunch? No?
Next session is in.
Yeah, watching that 3:30. I was like,
Where to work? Doesn't matter.
I was
Really forgot my own mouse. I'm really sad about it.
Yeah, we can go pop it.
I can go check the head road case over there, bottom drawer. I think I saw one bottom drawer to the right. If you need the dongle, I think I've got it right here.
Oh, if I really went back to
literally, I didn't even know.
I know, I was like, oh.
Like, hey, you're
I saw Olivia crying at that, I'm like, oh, crap. I look over, she's not crying, I was like, thanks, Rory.
Thank you.
I even said hi to you today. Hi, Rory.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Oh, we're finally up and running.
Are
Now we're
these?
in.
Yay, it's all good.
Are these recorded?
Yeah, they're going on YouTube.
Yeah, on YouTube.
Baby dog cried too.
I didn't cry!
Out on YouTube. So
I was almost like when I was in the middle
they're
of my
being
essay.
recorded
I
on
was
YouTube and they'll be
It's
open
like
part
when
of
you
the
cry in the
channel.
middle of your essay. Sweet.
I mean, Olivia cried the last time I read it.
It's on the Jumpstart page.
I made Olivia cry the last
So,
I know, I was like.
and it's
I know,
Jumpstart
I heard that
Robotics,
they
and
were
it's their logo instead of mine.
Okay.
Well, yeah, like their YouTube page, so yeah, it's all going out there.
Beautiful. Nice job pushing the buttons.
Yes.
You did a good job.
I didn't know if they were gonna ask me something, so.
Did a good job.
Whoever made this spreadsheet, by the way, spelled my name wrong.
Yep.
There you are.
Wow, yeah, doesn't look nice.
Christmas for my dad got all the kids one of those. I did too. So I left it with him and he was going to get one.
You have?
I was like, I know exactly what's about to happen.
It's his guy.
Yeah. Don't fit him either, so.
Last Christmas? His parents are
Yes.
Where do you live? There's a Lydia. You're living in Minnesota.
75 degrees there, you're freezing.
So I think what I'll do is I might stand out here so I can see that. Well, the pole around it.
Yeah, exactly. Good connection issues with grand sports. Okay. I understand.
Leave her picture.
Oh, that's a good picture.
The big pole.
Hi.
Speaking, 1, 2, 3, this is me speaking right now. We are. Hold up. Let's turn this on top. Alright, I would speak at about this level. This is where I'm talking. You are checking if you can hear me at the moment. It is sounding like it is good.
So far, Venus is the biggest
But this work as is. Now, I feel like we can move it a little bit more quickly. Yeah, that's okay. So it's not as loud as I was at first, but this would be the level. That's a great issue or something.
So, yeah.
Alright, I'll that.
Do I have to wait for on?
Should all be on, so just pick it up.
Yo.
Please have to do try.
There it is, there it is. I'll set it back down to it.
Yeah, so you just gotta push this button.
Okay.
So when it's yellow, it should bring it up.
There.
Leg tap.
Can you put the little ball icon and pass it, guys?
Put the mic back on and talk.
Alright, testing with this audio. How are you hearing me? Is this loud enough? Probably good enough. It's gonna be great. Wonderful. I'm also gonna put this slide back on to show what the other opportunities are to go check out. Cool. Testing. Yeah.
Have one.
Yep.
I mean, not to say I have way too many, but I couldn't resist. I don't get all these flavors back where I am.
At this point, you could have almost given out an entire bag per someone getting a question right. If there's only like 6 questions and there's 4 bags in it.
Yeah. But I did find my wheel, like I said, I just happened to Walmart last night. There is one bag I didn't bring because I'm hoarding it. It's the cherry cordial flavor.
I know, I look at like,
Those are so good. The candy cane. I know the rules. Uh-oh, typo. He's got a typo. He's got rules listed twice. Look at it. It says, knowing the rules are important by showing clips from the matches and review the calls.
If there was a period, it would be true. Knowing the rules does
you know what? Someone else can do the schedule next year.
I'm just thinking on your Rory.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I want you guys to feel seen, because you made us feel seen, and we appreciate it. I'm actually glad about it. I should have brought a blanket, and I didn't. I have my really fuzzy. I brought a blanket with, but it's not.
It's actually really cool in here.
Is it actually? Barter, answer your phone. I love s'mores Pop-Tarts. They make me happy. I love Mars. Oh, I'm going to. That's the only interesting one there. I really want that one. I'm going to. She didn't care. She didn't go last year. One, she didn't go. I know. This big mom.
Hey, Shelly. Or, okay, Rory's got me. I had it in earlier, and then I guess that means I have to re-up it. I'm gonna take a photo of this.
Hang on to it. I got 3 of them back there.
Next.
I'm gonna forget about it when I'm in some other room. Though.
No, yeah, true. And they don't make them easy.
I don't know, it came in my book. So now I'm on it.
Great chat. Or regional. Yeah, that's one. Fargo.
I thought. I lost my headphones.
I kind of made a few embellishments on my safety glasses.
Oh yeah? Ooh.
I have thought about, putting it
The whole way?
the whole way, but I didn't want to get dirty looks from my husband.
I think you put it in a subtle way to throw a little flair.
Isn't that cute?
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I got this idea from Cheryl.
Oh.
Cheryl did this to her glasses as well.
Gotcha.
I'm taking extra special care of these because they're cheaters and I don't want them scratched up.
Gotcha. Plenty of time. 8 minutes still?
I'm gonna be the heckler in the back.
Oh, really? Because she picked up extra shifts.
And I worked twice though. I got 12.
Yeah.
I get back home and work.
I worked at a resort. I got $14.
I'm very glad it was fun.
My first paycheck.
You doing?
I was gonna put the time down. 1 second.
You try these ones? You try these ones?
I don't know if I have.
I just have to pick up extra cash.
Aren't you? I'm surprised to see them. You normally only see them at Valentine's Day.
Actually, I think.
I don't have that bad a handwriting, maybe left-handed for a whiteboard. Just because now that I'm connected to the NDSU Wi-Fi, I have my model opening up in the background for my project.
What's that?
I have my 3D model opening in the background for my project.
Oh, cool.
It's the stuff that I work on.
Yeah. That actually is a good talking point. I wonder if you should start with that before we dive into the rough questions.
No, I would leave that. I don't think we're going to have any rough questions. It's fairly straightforward. So I'm throwing it up just in the background to be like, if we're truly out of time.
Oh, okay.
Or out of things to talk about, which would be near to impossible.
Actually, how am I going to do this? Because I'm going to be standing out there and I have no pockets to carry these in.
Can you just walk back, grab them?
Probably. Well, I don't want people to see I have them yet.
Gotcha.
Until they're like, oh, look, we get candy if we answer. Okay.
So then right before the first question, you just grab a handful and just keep it in your hand.
Okay.
Or I stand up, toss one your way, and then you toss it on.
Except I don't want to drop it.
You drop it, you just move on to the next one.
Yeah, my mom's texting. I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. Like, come on, just shut up.
That's my project. I'm working
That
on.
is pretty cool.
And the most recent stuff was stuff I was messing around with this right here.
Nice. What program is this?
Creo.
That's when Kate's hair was short.
Yeah, I guess she's worn it like that a couple of times. This would have been actually the same time that my background picture on my phone would have been from this event.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's charged up.
But the picture was from the double decker, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, so it would have been on the other side.
Yes.
So yeah, I remember that. Definitely not one of my favorite games, but it was okay.
My prediction for the game, I think it's going to be we're going to get the right-of-way calls back because I think it's going to be a lane of some sort.
Yeah. Well, I have it in mind that the teams will be traversing the entire field to take something down on one side and then rebuild it on the other side. That's what I'm predicting. So up over there, you have to grab it and build it in a certain fashion. I could be wrong. That's my prediction.
Some changed instead.
So one thing I'm curious about, say for instance, if it's all head refs, by the way, that are reffing the state tournament, which that's protect, should be over yellow.
I thought about that too.
It's like we do it at champs. That actually struck me as odd that both John and Hayden were also wearing the exact same shirts we were.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to wear the mostly black ones with the yellow down the side. That's what they did the year before. So to see them in the same shirts we had, that was weird. Because I've never seen them before.
That was a choice and the difference that they made. Yeah.
Because I can't remember if those actually said chief or global. I want to say they were older shirts and said chief head ref. I mean, I thought it looked so cool on yellow.
I thought there was supposed to be, I guess that's the closest one.
What's that? Yeah. Well, I'm sure Lori will give us the go-ahead.
Yeah, I for some reason assumed there was one that was behind everyone.
Yeah, but we only know there.
There's a lot more students here than this. Where are they all hiding out?
The manipulators, so the one, the other.
I guess we're just not exciting.
This was about what I had for last year. The earlier one, maybe a little bit more answers.
This is more than what I had for mine. We had me, 3 adults.
Yeah.
But then again, it was about volunteering, so.
And then the next night was still laptop on top. Army, Trump.
She lets you guys.
Yeah, she always gave it.
My partner would have been gone.
But I was always so.
I guess I'm gonna have to warm up. It's cold.
She always wanted to like me so that we could get
Water. I know that's true.
Yeah, because I literally just got one.
Oh, I think I left it up a Lori.
40, we should be spending like 6 minutes per regional,
Per clip.
And that's where it's like, I don't think we're going to spend 6 minutes per clip. So I think that's why we have the extras.
Yeah. So introductions before we do it, right?
Yeah, I would leave it on this spot.
Paul, huh?
What is her problem? We're her family.
Yeah, I made a point to acknowledge her.
Yeah.
I said that they would never leave. They won't hear me. They were always going to become our family.
Weird.
Now she's not coming.
I like that. Why did you be with your life?
The last thing.
Got
It's like almost set up like this.
It's 10:21. Skips the building.
No, that's kind of us to go on and we're good.
Okay, but I so meant it, but I have no idea.
All right, who wants to go?
I was in 3rd grade and I literally wanted to be a baker and I'm upset. You're not a baker.
Alright, we're
I don't want to be a baker anymore. They wake up
That was especially, yeah, it was cool. I have a microphone. Michelle, is your microphone working?
Testing.
Oh yeah, louder than mine. That's perfectly okay. So, well, we are doing ref simulation. We're just going to be going through a couple of clips and showing off some matches that we thought were interesting, and then calling out what happens, what the call might have been, and any other details that we go along with as we go. My name is Andy Riek. I am a volunteer as a referee. Been volunteering for about 5 to 6 years now. But before that, I was also on an FRC team. I even was on an FLL team to begin with in middle school. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yes. So I've been in first for more than 10 years at this point for how long I've been around first. So, yep, my background, referee, why I'm one speaking, and each other.
Gotcha. So my first introduction to first, I'll take really from that. My first introduction to first was back in 2016 when my daughter became involved in our local robotics team. I know she came to me saying, "Hey mom, can I join the robotics team?" I'm like, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Oh, and she was more excited about that than anything else. She's done one act, she's done basketball, she did track, cross country. This she was pretty passionate about. Thing goes along, I'm thinking, okay, here's the fee, go ahead. And then they go to the first competition, which was in Duluth. And she comes to her father and I'm like, "Mom, Daddy want to come to Duluth and watch." I was going, "Okay, robotics, how exciting can that possibly be? Come on." We chose not to go. My husband goes snowmobiling and I flip on the live stream and like, okay, this is nothing what I anticipated. I was glued to that live stream for 2 solid days. And that was actually one of the years, because I'm from rural Minnesota, that was one of the years that Team Fred actually won and was able to go to World, so I was pretty excited about that. But that was my first introduction. I came to most of the regionals the following year when it was Steamworks. I was back with Stronghold, then it was Steamworks, and then finally Power Up, I began my volunteering experience. The very first time I did it was my favorite place, Grand Forks, North Dakota. I've been with that regional ever since its inception. However, I didn't start as a referee. I started out as a judge assistant. I had a lot of fun. Discovered, okay, this is fun, this is not really for me. Lori, where else can you put me? And then that's when I got introduced to Andy. When I reffed for the first time, that's when we met. We have been reffing together since 2019. And we have become actually pretty inseparable.
Dynamic duo almost too.
Yeah, they do call us the dynamic duo. So, I became a head ref just 2 years ago, and Andy became a head ref just last year. So we're pretty proud of the fact that we now don the yellow shirts. So we're pretty proud about that.
Don the yellow shirts, and then also we had the excitement of going and being head referees for championship to the point that we were able to go to the very end. We were some of the head referees that were reffing finals of Einstein, of the last match, of the whole entire year, which that was another very cool moment as like a volunteer.
Yeah. My cool moment was, that was pretty cool because we were both on the final field, which was really cool. However, the year before was my rookie year as a head ref, and I also went down to the final field in Einstein. Never expected that at all, so that was exciting. We really enjoy being referees, I think you can tell.
Yep. So jumping right into it, we'll have a clip that we will show, and then some stuff will happen within the match. We'll then say, hey, we'll have a little bit of multiple choice of what it could possibly be, but we'll see if you can figure out what may have happened.
go ahead and say something if you think you've seen a violation. That'd be kind of cool if you guys could spot it.
And it's okay that we don't have these sounds, because an announcer will probably be saying something about it too. It gives away, right?
Where is the MRCA regional byway, do you know?
I didn't look it up. I was thinking to look it up as it's playing, but we now have already passed Auto, and we have no, this is still within Auto. That was kind of a cool Auto to watch the Red Alliance push their teammate out of the zone so that they can both get the Auto points.
A lot of action going on in that barge.
Watching a cage go flying all over, is that what's happening?
Anybody see what you said?
Yeah, by the reef, right? Blue, red.
Okay, hold on. Keep watching.
Yeah, I think I saw one referee flag, there's another referee flag.
Everybody take a look at the far ref on the left. I think both the near ref and the far ref have waved.
Yep, there's another flag wave. So stuff was plenty of happening during this match. We may have picked this one because it might have been a record of flags that were waved, let's say.
Istanbul, Turkey.
Thank you.
There.
For those of you who didn't hear it, Istanbul.
What's he doing?
Stop it. He's a really young team. You can tell.
Oh, gosh. Man.
Okay, do you think we've gone far enough?
I think so.
I think it should.
Okay, so we'll advance to the next game and give you the options, and then if some people raise their hand, I will throw the mic, and you can be able to answer what exactly happened. There's your options. Was it G427 zone protection? Was it G418 opponent's cages are off limits? Was it C, blue did nothing wrong, they deserve to win?
Deserve to win.
Or was it D, G421, one defender at a time? Who wants to answer?
E, all the above.
Anybody want to answer? Raise your hand. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Just raise your hand first. Oh.
Is it zone protection, A?
Yes, zone protection is one of them, but there actually is a second one in there.
There is another one. Hang on.
It's not all of the above, but it is a second thing that happened.
Okay.
As Charlie's running around, we actually have some treats for those that get the answers for questions.
I think it's D.
One defender at a time. So yes, zone protection and one defender at a time. I'm actually going to back up to the clip one more time.
Yeah. These are good ones.
Oh yeah,
This one's really unusual. I didn't see that a whole lot during the regular competition. So once he pointed this out, I'm like, wait a minute, it's more than one defender.
this entire time there's two blue robots on the other side, and every 3 seconds it's an additional major foul.
Oh my
So-
gosh. What was the score at the end of this thing?
Well, if you can already look, red's already at 145 to 0.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just.
So one of the things you also have to take in consideration is that depending on how egregious those actions may have been, we do reserve the right to issue something higher than just the fouls.
They did give yellow cards for
They did,
all of them.
yeah.
They got a card.
They got a card.
Cards.
Remember, this is Turkey.
Yep.
But that is insane.
278 points worth of major fouls that they would have been going through and counting every 3 seconds that there was multiple robots on the other side of the field. They're waving flags, they're calling it out. It's also another important notice of like, hey, if, as a driver, they should be also keeping an eye out on the referees, because if they're waving flags, something might be going wrong.
Yeah, we might be doing something wrong here.
Yep.
So given the fact that this violation happened, what do you think didn't transpire during the build season?
They didn't read the rules.
Yeah. For sure.
So you've just seen how important it is to understand and know the rules before you compete.
But yeah, the zone protection patrols happening all over the place where they didn't maybe know exactly, hey, we're not supposed to go and hit a robot if they're in this protected zone.
Stay away from the reef.
All right, another
What
clip.
is this one?
So now we're going to Orlando. We've got about 6 of these lists, by the way,
Yes.
from all over the place.
Any local teams?
We went with some more crazy matches, I would say, occasionally, so we don't have any of the local matches picked out, but
We read the rules.
yeah, absolutely. Teams here read the rules.
This is a lot, you have to figure out what's wrong.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, sorry. It's a bit-
They're in auto.
They're not, I'll figure out what's wrong, what's the problem.
I just find it interesting, depending on the regional, the camera angles are just slightly different.
Yeah, I kinda like this one,
Yeah, it's kind of nice. I can see.
you can see everybody.
I feel like Red's gonna be able to do good over here.
So I will warn that it's not until towards the end of the match that we might see something.
I'm thinking Red is a little sus here.
But the interesting thing to take note of is that, remember, us referees are trying to watch everything that's going on versus you guys who are only watching your robot.
It's so hard. I appreciate it. That's right, I appreciate it.
I mean, honestly.
I almost want to jump it forward because I know exactly where it is. I'm not quite there yet.
You start to tense up.
Yeah. Start to cheer dance, it's coming.
Boy, it really was hard to get those LG into the processor. They made it hard. Because they kept bouncing.
Oh, no, it's a beach.
Yeah, robot's almost starting to climb on a ball almost. No, that's just going into the processor. It's not that.
Did you
Bless you.
No.
Did he bump into the cage?
You know, there's not a good camera angle to see that.
There isn't.
You both just.
So obviously they're not swinging all that much. If you do
Just
this.
swing a little bit.
Oh, yeah, you can see a red cage.
Yeah.
Well, was it the robot that touched it, or was it a game or scoring elements?
Oh, excuse me, the scoring element.
Yes.
Oh.
All right.
20 seconds left, and the thing that we're going to talk about isn't quite happened yet.
They're looking. Why don't we die?
There it is, yeah, the blue robot that isn't moving right now.
Oh, they're gonna do something.
Gonna go through and run into it. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we've been on the
Yeah.
bottom side of that.
Yeah. Totally
The red robot just drives right through and just drives straight up the blue.
Yeah.
Been there.
Been there.
Okay, so from the choices here we've got, is it G427 zone protection? Is it G418 opponent's cages are off limits? C, blue did nothing wrong, they deserve the win? Or G428 cage protection?
Well, I don't know.
It would be a roll.
Determine whether
Gave it away and said that it wasn't
a
about the
cage.
cage.
Well, what is that called?
Was it?
When they go in.
You're now beginning to realize what an interesting job we have. Sometimes the violations are not that all straightforward.
And still the value of knowing the rules.
Yep. Anybody want to ask your tickets?
Yes.
Ball, even if it's not a ball.
Is it B?
B for opponent's cages are off limits. No, it isn't. So now this one, we went back and forth. The only thing that we can actually call out is cage protection. And it is such a minor, like small moment that this could have been called either way. So I'm gonna pull this back up one more time. At the very end, right now when they go in to hit the robot,
He hits it through the other robot.
he goes through and brings the cage with him.
Yeah.
So you
And
see,
he's,
red robot still touching the cage.
yes, he's touching the cage while touching the blue robot. So this is a little bit of a gray area where it probably came up to the ref of deciding, okay, was that still all happened at once or not? Did they get cage protection or not against blue? They were a dead robot. Even though they're a dead robot, they're still robots.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's also important to remember, a dead robot is still a robot.
Don't tell me that it's possible.
So what happened, like, did they get a red card after going into the robots thing, or what did they get?
I think they actually ended up not receiving anything at all.
Believe it or not, the red robot driving up on the blue robot, that's nothing.
Yep.
It looks like it should be something, but it's nothing.
Because it didn't damage it.
Not in the frame perimeter?
Well, more to the point, it wasn't an appendage that reached out into the frame perimeter to touch the other robot. It was just bumper on bumper. That is not a violation.
So the kind of root of that rule, if you think about it, you can't, sorry, I can do this. So the root of that rule is that you can't intentionally reach in and like rip the guts out of a robot. I mean, if you really want to oversimplify it, like, do you have a mechanism that has the capability to go inside and cause damage? Again, we're not battle bots.
Although we get asked that question a lot. Oh, is this like battle bots?
Yes, yeah. Every time I see
But if it's a bumper that destroys it, it's not.
I mean, if you destroy the robot and they can't move, that's something else.
Yeah.
But in this particular case, this is bumper over bumper, and it's really nothing.
A robot tips over onto that thing. Like, is that a mechanism or is that?
It would be outside of the frame perimeter as long as it's like they just tipped over. It's still within the frame perimeter, so it's not going to be any sort of violation unless there's damage involved.
Damage
Yeah, damage doesn't matter if it's like outside of the frame perimeter or not.
Okay, now we move to Iowa.
So this is probably closest to local.
I love the Iowa Regional.
So
Lovely.
I am going to jump a little bit ahead on this one.
exactly,
Oh, yep. Yeah, stay away.
Defender is.
You do see the one defender on blue plate over there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Zone protection.
Yep. We did see zone protection. There's even a little bit more that goes on still.
Because, oh, why did you do that?
Again.
Oh
my gosh.
Oh, so many bad things.
So many bad things, yes.
Oh, man. I want to know how many points they got.
All right. Get option A, 2 blue major fouls, zone protection, cage protection. B, 2 red major fouls, G210, don't expect to gain by doing another charm.
Okay.
Is it C, blue did nothing wrong, they deserve to win. Or D, red major foul and yellow card, G424, don't tip or entangle. Anybody want to give it a shot?
For sure. There has to be a blue element.
There's chocolate involved if you get the right answer.
Yeah, she's got good chocolate.
Okay. A, is there 2? Because I feel like red and blue got.
So for how long the clip was, there was a section that was, yes, some zone protection was happening, but I now realize we were putting this on just the ending where they all of a sudden, the push started and went in.
Oh, just the ending.
Just the ending is what we're focusing on here.
Oh.
So you were going with D?
Yeah, I was going A and B, but.
It is 2 things. So yes, they did get pushed over, they did tip, and they did get awarded a yellow card. But then on top of that, some of the things that blue would have received as major fouls actually got reversed because of the expect to gain by doing others harm.
Can we see it again?
Yes.
Maybe I was getting my colors mixed up.
No,
That was right.
you're right. It's just that they were just looking at the end
So
part,
let's
not the
was
little fouls.
malicious.
'Cause those are just, well, how do you say malicious?
So-
It actually still amazes me with as many regionals that go on, the different things that you can see from competition to competition.
Yep. So here's just a clean zone protection. We're in the wrong spot. But as Reds kind of played just most like an ant, against them in defense.
So they're really pushing them into.
Yep.
And cages are off limits.
Yeah, but he's pushing them into
Yeah.
it.
So like this very first one, that zone protection for the reef, we would still give them a zone protection because they were playing just normal defense. But due to the fact that from where they started pushing, they pushed them completely out of the bar
Yeah, it
zone,
gets pretty brutal.
all the way across, all the way.
And then tip them over.
And then also when they were tipping, they almost had an opportunity that they could have backed away and not proceeded to tip them over, but they kind of committed to it. We're going all the way, pushing them all the way over.
Oofty.
Let me see, like, how many points do they get on for penalties?
Yeah, I will.
That is that what where we sure I could just do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're penalty points.
So they got the yellow card, and then the penalties that were awarded was because of, like, because they were doing somebody else harm and trying to gain from it, that they weren't getting those specific fouls called on blue, it was instead on that red team for pushing.
So one of the difficulties we have as referees is that there is, don't do others harm, but it's really sometimes it's hard to see, okay, did they commit the foul or did they force the other team to commit the foul? That's something that we have to determine on our side.
Yep, and I actually have this excerpt straight from the game manual, and there is a section that is in the blue box for D, a blue alliance robot pushing a red bot fully outside and far from more than 4 feet into the blue bar zone. So here's the perfect example of, read the rule, it gives you an example of exactly where we draw the line of how far they were getting pushed, what was going on.
Question.
Yep.
Oh, okay, here it's awesome.
Yeah,
So had red stopped and tried to climb. It was 33 seconds left in the game, so they were getting in position to climb, but they returned to potentially score some more.
Yep, that does show the intent of it. So
right.
If they were just normally going over to proceed and play the game as is, if they would have gone and tried climbing right after that, that would have muddied the water a whole bunch more.
Oh, yeah.
They maybe wouldn't get the don't expect to gain by doing others harm, but they would still definitely get the forward tipping because they push through and push them over. They just wouldn't get these major fouls for the.
I was looking at the clock.
Yeah.
33 seconds.
Yeah.
Had it been under 30 seconds.
Yep.
Just go and climb.
Now, this one's really interesting. Again, I have no word. Where is Contra Costa? Do you have any idea?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, okay. Okay.
Keep your eyes open.
Playing nice.
Well, it's because it's auto.
And I'm actually going to do another jump ahead to about the halfway part.
Do you guys find it interesting to take it from our point of view versus where you see it from the land station? Or from the ground for that matter?
This one might be a little bit less obvious to see at first.
I have to admit, when you showed me this clip, I had to look at it the second time like, what?
Yeah, West Dining. Probably just goes through talking.
Anybody see it yet?
So, what it is, so just drag it off the back end? Drag it off the back end of this robot over here?
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, 1836 has got something going on.
I will go back and let's see if it's easier to notice. This one.
This one's subtle.
Is that what it is?
Huh?
Is it something hanging off the back end?
Nope, it was nothing to do with that robot that you were talking about.
Okay.
It did have something to talk about. Is it the red side?
That's a total.
Have you watched it again?
And then we'll pull up multiple choice, but then we'll come back to it.
Oh, you can't put a coral in there, can you?
All right, we'll jump to the multiple choice.
In the.
Hang on. Okay, is it one blue minor foul, 42429 to Wandering? Is it one blue major foul, G433 scoring element delivery? One blue major foul, 404 throwing the scoring element in the last 20 seconds? Or is it bonus points for Coral and Barge? I like D myself. Who wants to try it?
Is it B?
Yes, but there is also another wandering as well.
So what you guys didn't pay attention to, not every violation happens on the field.
Yeah.
There was a student who left the Coral station, walked around to the processor. And that's the one who ended up throwing the coral.
So in the bottom left corner towards the blue alliance, all of a sudden we see students just kind of wandering, walking past.
Oh. Now take a look at the referees. They're looking like, what is he doing there?
A little bit unsure. Now there's all of a sudden 2 people over at the processor station. One of them has a piece of coral.
Oh, wow.
And he goes and throws it right into the barge.
First, this is a week 5 event. I'm gonna ask you guys, do you think that student read the book? Read the book?
No, what's this guy doing?
There's a lot of confusion.
I think you're beginning to
People wondering
realize
what's
how
going on.
important it is that you read and understand the rules.
I know, I saw the coral up there, but I honestly thought it was like a robot, like malfunction. I didn't see the person throw the.
And yeah, the interesting part, they didn't give any penalties for it. Even though that it was clearly, hey, wandering, and then you're not supposed to throw coral into it, you're supposed to enter it through the delivery chute.
So there should have been a violation there, but let's call it.
Yep. So no wandering, and then scoring LB delivery. I did throw in that, the 404 as throwing and scoring.
You got that right, didn't you?
All the shirts and everyone looking at each other.
Pay attention to what I'm doing.
It was interesting to see that there were some people that thought, hey, you can only like throw algae at the last 20 seconds, because that used to be rules from previous games. So that was my little red herring. I threw in a question that is not even, or I threw a rule in there that doesn't actually exist that. Well, that's why it's also 404. So, yeah, the no wandering and the scoring element.
All right, and now we go to Florida. Back to Florida.
I like this view. Yeah. Go to South Florida for Joe.
This view's pretty nice, you know, warmer.
Yeah.
I don't know, I wouldn't mind going to the Hawaii regional myself.
So autos completes.
I'm watching this.
See, now this is interesting because now you can't see the near refs at all in this shot. So, but that makes calling you guys noticing what's wrong even harder because you're not seeing the referee's weight.
Items going on over there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, can't be
Can't do
stuck
that.
inside.
Can't do that.
Toast, dude.
Get rid of your,
Oh, you can't. Play D.
get rid of the ball.
Well, yeah, definitely get rid of the ball, but now you gotta go play D. You gotta game things.
No, that robot can continue to pick up algae.
Yeah, you.
They just can't pick up another coral.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that was confusion. You just can't have two of the same games.
I think you guys gotta watch Blue. Something's gonna happen.
Something with that odd color blue one.
Like, the red is, that's the really.
Watching it.
Yeah.
Staring at it?
Uh-huh. Oh, see, and he's like.
No. Watching this little D-bot down here. Don't touch. Oh, hey, this one.
We got that.
Wait, go back. Yeah, we got down.
We see it all.
I know, I wonder, what was ours?
Where were we at? Conference championship.
Yeah.
We did that.
Oh, yeah.
Shelby called it on us.
And we were watching, you're like, okay, as long as you guys don't move, you're good.
I know, that's.
Yeah, and then.
And then Evan did.
All right.
Don't damage the field.
One red verbal warning, G416, don't damage the field. One red major foul, G420, net and content are off limits. Blue did nothing wrong, they deserve to win.
Always true.
Red major foul and yellow card, G417, watch your field interactions. Anybody want to take a guess?
Sometimes it is easy to figure out, yes, something went wrong.
Something went
A,
I know, is ours on video?
go to A, don't damage the fields. It is not that. It also is very hard to determine if you like, and a robot has damaged the field at all from like this clip as well. So I'll give that as like a, hey, there's the reason why it's not that. What the answer actually is D, watch your field interactions.
Watch it.
This was happening all over, and I'm amazed that this became like, just the field built in a way that this happened a lot. The off seasons, we gave out almost a yellow card per every single off season because somebody climbed the barge or somebody climbed the reef.
Thank you.
Yep.
I
have the video.
Yeah, during the week 0, CIS and another team on another week 0 did it at the same time, and we had 2 clips of,
It got posted on
Yep.
my website.
Immediately was on there, and we were like, oh no. All right, I think this is the last one we got.
Is this the only district event we have?
This is the only one coming from a district. So this is in Michigan, their district championships. That's why you can see there's multiple fields lining up in a row.
Oh, gosh, that's terrible. So much to look at.
All right, we're in auto. I'll leave it across the center.
Did anybody see what just happened?
I didn't see it.
I said
We'll play it one more time and then I'll have someone raise their hand.
It would go to Michigan. That's really terrible to watch. Oh, she's got like a little coral going up in the thing. Why is she shooting the coral?
Got a coral going up to the thing, yes.
On auto.
Yeah, one out of, don't do that.
Okay, so clearly you see something has gone wrong. So let's just take a look at the options and see exactly.
They weren't able to put the coral on the reef, and then they went over and tried to put it in the barge instead.
Oh.
Now, what was it?
So let's see what the violation was. G411, don't put coral in the barge. G412, only throw coral if you're in the reef zone. See, blue did nothing wrong. See, red can follow yellow card 416, watch your field interactions. Anybody want to guess?
A and B, A and B.
Okay, raise your hand.
You want to throw the cube or?
Well, no one's raising their hand.
Oh.
A and B? Or just B, I meant to say.
I threw the red herring of the don't put coral in the barge. That's actually not a rule as well. And
Okay,
that's
so-
what we have for our final.
She was half right, so.
I was, mostly right. Thank you.
We actually still have some time left.
Yes, so we have some backup ideas of, there's a few more
Oh,
clips.
sorry, there's a question?
What's the difference between a red card and a yellow card?
How did I know you were gonna ask that? Before Andy and I ask that, or answer that, can anybody out here tell us what's the difference between a yellow card and a red card? First off, what's a yellow card? When a yellow card has been issued, what has taken place? Again, very important to read the rule book and understand it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and try, it's okay. No judge. There's candy involved.
There's candy. Oh, damn. Think about how.
Right now, what's a yellow card? What happens if your team is committed to and it's going to award a yellow card? What's that? Awarded.
That's not the joy. Yeah.
That's what awarded means, is give it.
That sounds like it's like a combination between like multiple major vowels. I don't really know.
Well, okay, so you've been issued the yellow card.
Yeah.
Well, obviously you've committed something to make it, so you've been issued it. But since you've been issued it, what's happened? Did you lose points? Can you no longer compete for the rest of the day? That's where I'm going.
Yeah, it's like yellow light.
Okay, so believe it or not, warning, it's caution. It's like, okay, we're not gonna take away points, we're not gonna do anything, unless you do it again.
I have been issued a yellow card.
So,
I have it on.
okay.
Not me.
But if there was a violation, the points were,
You got the point.
all points were administered.
Exactly. But there are a few violations that, okay, it's a major foul plus a yellow card. And then it can escalate depending if it's repeated, it could go to a red card. So then that's the next question. What exactly is a red card?
Oh, I probably shouldn't show you the red card.
Probably not, but that's okay. So if your team has been given a red card, what has happened?
You were not getting.
It's like you did not play that match at all.
Yep.
There's no ranking points, there's nothing. But it's just that match.
Yep, terminology is that you were disqualified from the match, which means you got 0 points, 0 ranking points, and any points that were used for, let's say, like your average, it shows it as a 0 for that match entirely.
Yeah, like St. Cloud Regional.
Does it?
The last match at the St. Cloud Regional.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
When it comes into the playoff matches, it also then means you have lost the match. Yep.
So does a red card factor a 0, or is it a non-entity? So instead of earning rank points over 8 matches versus 9 matches, you see where I'm going here?
Yes.
It's kind of like a grade book. If a student turns in a missing assignment and gets 0 credit as opposed to they're excused from it, doesn't help or hurt. However, the math on the remaining.
Yep. I understand it as that it goes 0. You get just a 0 for that match. It still gets included as if you played the match, but it only goes in as a 0. So it's, again, it's not going to be a good thing regardless. Yellows and red cards are one of the things that we see are like a misunderstanding, maybe unknown thing. So that's why we wanted to bring it up a little bit of, hey, something that might not always be as obvious. We have some additional ones that we didn't add quite into here because it's not clear, cut and dry at all. And the cool part about these is we have additional views. This one is an awesome one because this was that final match of the whole entire year.
Yep.
Let's see if I can.
And there's Andy on the right.
Yep, I'm right here over here, and then Shelly is on the far off side of this whole field.
Seriously, what are the odds that 2 referees from Minnesota are on the final field of Einstein?
That's awesome.
Truthfully.
Right there, Shelly's right there. Also, this one's cool just because, hey, you can, this is me and my mouse switching, looking around, who's all over here and stuff.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
They have a 360 camera in here.
One of the things I will point out in conjunction with what the young ladies introduced earlier today, I'm the only woman on the field reffing. And I really wish there were more of them. It turned out in this particular case, that was the luck of the draw. There were 4 head refs there that were female.
How many head refs were there though?
Well, there's 2 divisions. There's an assigned head ref and there's a backup head ref. So this particular year, I was an assigned head ref. So I reffed the Johnson field except for 20 matches when the backup head ref comes in. Yep. Because those 20 matches is the only time the assigned head ref can get away from the field and get a break.
Right.
That's what happens.
But like how many are women?
This particular year, there's 16 head refs there, only 4 of them are women.
4 of them.
There's a lot more. It's just that when it came to chance and who wanted to volunteer, there were only 4 of us.
Fantastic.
So there is, during this, there was one call that I, as like a head referee here, actually was still questioning, did I just see something or not? And I ended up not giving them any sort of foul for it, but I got the opportunity to look back and review it and say, hey, did that actually happen or not?
Oh,
So,
they finished the cage?
yep.
But did they?
They did.
So, right here, I saw, yes, Coral went flying over by the cage. This might mean, yeah, they might go over and hit it. And this is where I was unsure, did I just see that cage move? I'm not sure. Did I see the robot make contact with the cage? Or did the Coral hit the cage, or what?
Yeah, because if it was the Coral.
The other view is even worse than this, because it's from really far away and it's just the whole field. This has been the best view I've found of this.
Yeah. But we have always been instructed, if you're unsure, don't call it. Always go in favor of the team.
Well, the coral caused a little waiver.
No, but I mean, like when they're
Not
grabbing
really
the coral.
swings.
Yeah, you can't.
But you see the view, we cannot really confirm that it's
Yeah,
a robot that
the
hit.
moment I saw the coral go flying over there, I was like, okay, now I gotta watch out for that. And then as soon as it was happening, this is me attentively staring directly at it.
But, okay, so play through, and now watch Andy. So he's watching, it's like,
To the point that I grabbed it in my hand, I was like, did I just witness a call? No, it wasn't close enough, I'm not sure about
And
it.
this was the last match of the year?
Yep.
That was the final match, yeah, tiebreaker on Einstein.
Yeah, the tiebreaker.
This is not going
Can you get any more
to show
exciting than
it.
that?
I gotta open up the actual match of it.
Chose not to have.
And again, it's all luck of the draw, but the team that was, one of the teams that I was on the Johnson field, it was Team Orbit 1690, went all the way down to the final field. I also had Team Orbit on my field the previous year that went all the way down to the final field. So obviously we're good.
I guess perspective-wise, if you were watching from here, you can't even see the
Yep.
gauges, you can't see it move or
So yeah, there's
anything.
Andy in the upper right.
So that's where it's like, okay, we got lucky, there's another camera perspective that you can rewatch.
Yeah.
Going frame by frame, I think I would have called saying, yes, they did it.
Yeah.
But from this after, that's the only way I was able to actually make that decision.
Yeah. One of the things that I did spot, and unfortunately it happened after the fact, so I didn't actually see it happen. You want to go back to that for just a second?
Into here?
Yeah, no, okay. Can you go further down though? Here,
What do you mean by further down?
here it comes.
Oh, yeah.
You see that algae being thrown in the park?
Yeah, the one that's
Little
popped.
weird?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But that, to me, that's a perfect example of it's like, you know, if I'm not looking, then I can't see that somebody popped it. So it's one of those things where, yes, we do have 5 pairs of eyes on the field. In this case, there's 6. Again, it doesn't mean we're gonna catch everything. Because everything happens so fast.
Final score of the match, 293 to 276. If I would have called that major foul, it would have then been 299 to 276.
It didn't matter. So that's the other thing we also contemplate, like, okay, did that violation actually happen? Yeah. Do we need to say anything? Does it change the outcome of the match? No. So then we don't say anything.
We still like have moments where we'll discuss with the head ref, the referees are discussing it, but no, yeah, we didn't do anything for this one.
We got a couple more minutes. Does anybody have any questions of us? Who wants to be a referee after they graduate? Stop shaking your head, Rory.
It is kind of stressful.
What was your match that you had also mentioned, or are we good?
If you want to show it, it's Einstein match 4. Also from Team Wood. This is also a perfect example of how we can't catch everything. Okay, so there's me on the right. There's my wonderful FPA, Sean. I really like my FPA by chance. He was great. Rory's pretty great too, but.
Nice.
But it is cool to be able to see additional perspective that we don't even get to see is, hey, from the driver's station, what does this look like?
Somebody speak up when I see it.
And it is
Well,
a
you're gonna see it in
robot.
5 seconds.
I love their little suction hand.
Yes. So cool.
That actually was fun to watch.
Right? Super cool.
Oh, picked up two. Picked up two.
Yeah.
Can't have 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, keep
And you can
going.
see Shelly waving her flag, all enthusiastic. I backed it up 10 seconds, so we'll see it one more time. They go in,
I
pick up
didn't
those
agree.
2 coral.
Excited when I see something.
Like, oops.
I mean, you have to admit, 60-90 was picking up the coral pretty fast.
Oh my gosh,
It's
that thing,
insane.
that is amazing little thing. What?
Go back to, you're watching.
And I can't tell you, the referee on the left, the guy with the hat, that was my very first head ref when I went out of Jeffs. He's pretty cool, he's from New York. Yes, and as you'll notice, I didn't wait.
Happened so quick that you may have just missed it.
Yeah. So again, we don't see everything.
Sorry, can't help it.
Troy had one on the other side though. Two waiting.
Raise your hand. Sorry.
Raise your hand.
We got it.
Go ahead. Oh, honk. All right. So, what was the game with the orange rings? Crescendo. So, was sitting in Houston watching matches, and I forget who it was. It appeared that they had two game pieces. They could do a double shot so fast, but they had known the rules that you could push, and so they had a ground intake, underbelly intake, and so they would have one game piece kind of in their shooter, invisible, and they would be pushing one with their belly, and they would do a double shot. But at the time, I believe the rules was, it was like inadvertent contact, and you could not, be in contact with a game piece for more than 3 seconds, and it was one of their strategies, and it was like, how are they doing a double shot? Okay.
I remember the previous year that I've had that moment. I was watching a team that they went and picked up a second, but they were shooting at the same time. That I was like, okay, the rule for that year was the game pieces, you had a window. It was, you just couldn't have control greater than momentary. That I was like, okay, that's awesome. They skirted around the rule in a way that was lucky, maybe, to be honest. But then if it's got a ground intake, like you're saying, if they have it in a way that they can drive around and the game piece or scoring element goes with them, that is still considered control. Because if the easiest way to call it out is like, if your robot is driving forward, it may change directions and then continue. If the game piece is going with them on may change directions, that would be a reason to call out saying, yes, that is control. That's showing them or it shows us that they have control of it.
Bonus points. Who can tell me how long momentary is defined in the rule?
I think I have to look it up every year because I forget.
3 seconds.
3 seconds. And
There is
1,000, 2,000, 3,000.
There is a glossary of all the different terms, and I believe momentary is somewhere in here.
Oh, I saw it. There you go.
Yep, approximately 3 seconds. And then that's where some of the rules will call out greater than momentary or less than momentary for those. This is the all over time.
Yep, overtime should take 2 minutes.
Thanks, guys.
You have 2 minutes to complete.
Thank you for your time.
No.
Now there's one more session for lunch.
What is this? Oh, and here is regional. This is all.
We're in that.
Oh,
I didn't ask. I know it's being streamed. Yes, it's being recorded.
Yes, it is. That's where I was a little bit going back and forth whether or not we were going to talk about those extra next time.
Oh, it's 6 minutes. It's supposed to start.
Overall, we're well.
Remember you thought it was the...
I sent my sister the link and she says, what's this? All I see is a conference.
Either way.
That's because it's a conference.
Not really this helps with this. Until he probably comes over.
Which he's on his way.
You plug in yours in, and you also have this page.
I'm not, I'm just gonna bring up mine.
Okay. You want this still on in a minute? No. Okay.
I'm just gonna lean in.
An accident.
Oh.
Enjoy this. Enjoy that?
Yeah, that was good. You asked a question too.
Yeah. Could have figured that was coming.
I borrowed the wired mouse. It was useful. I'm gonna go put it back.
Awesome.
I'll eventually.
Thank you for putting it back.
Yeah.
Not many people think to do that.
That was, pushing the right buttons. Pushing the right buttons. Long you play on the word button. All right, sir. Regionals and you. Yeah. Okay. Teach me something, man.
Let's try some
Hopefully you make it for me.
Yeah.
We haven't really yet. After the conversation the other night.
Ooh, that's. Okay.
And get rid of Lego. We haven't. Today on the bus ride over the top.
Microphone on the far end.
Yeah. And we don't have to do it together. As far as, yeah.
Is there parking over by the dining hall?
Yes. There's very little. Yeah, it's very little. There is. Otherwise, there is another lot kind of behind it. And you just.
Okay to park in there?
Yeah. Yep. You know what?
I have a bad knee walking around friends.
One of the things about working up in our houses
Oh.
is that if you want to get in your hands and drive and how to something, so.
I realized I lost my internet. Come on. Hmm? Come on. Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What we do is we will have family you don't, yeah. Yeah. So we have a family, we have a,
Not that it's right, but I put the irate time on.
and they come with us and they cook, and their son graduated both out. They travel with us and they cook. And that's.
Yeah, put it over there, you've got to share.
But then they, because they're not one of us vendors, they take breakfast, they leave for the day, and see when we leave, then they like clean up.
Lisa, so right now we're in AG Hill here. The dining hall where we're going is West Dining here. The parking lot here, I know generally has some availability, and then it's just kind of a short walk across the sidewalk. So, and I don't remember which parking lot this is, but it'd be right across from the track and field. And then you can get through the backside here and come around. Otherwise, you might find some on the street there.
I've got my placard.
Yep. Otherwise, too, there might be some handicap in here. I don't know what's available.
Okay.
But,
Give us a shot, thank you.
yeah.
Probably say every family's got to throw in 4 months of groceries. Well, so and say like when we were in Arkansas, we know where to go. And then what they cook is stuff that's, well, it's, you know, like, right, right. Yeah, cheese. Yeah, you know, it's always a hot. Right. Like they did, they would do these big pans, and they would pre-make some things, like they would do these big pans of like wow sandwiches. So it was like, they could just throw it in the oven. You just, they're like pull apart sandwiches. They did bring one time fun, they brought their wood fired pizza oven, and they did custom pizzas with 8 to spoil us. They bring Blackstone, and they cook on Blackstone. Like when we were in New Orleans, they cooked in the garage. And we just had to send it on. So it was like, it was pancakes one morning, and then it was scrambled eggs one morning, and it was stuff you could just throw on Blackstone. Ton. It's just like, wow. I think we had then scrambled egg bar, there were tortillas, so you could have, you know, a breakfast for you if you wanted to. And so it's just getting creative, like with foods that, you know, no, I'm not going to try to get fried in an egg color.
If you would start probably an hour, we were at 6 o'clock, we could choose at 5, start pounding cake, start baking.
Yeah, I know, and then you got to factor that into it. You just got to. Oh, yeah, that one.
Okay, we'll get started here. I promise I'll make this as painful as possible right before lunch. So, my name's Rory Held. I'm sure a lot of you know me, and if for those that don't, I am a mentor for 7048 and 4360. I started mentoring with 876 17 years ago, so going on to another season. I've also been a volunteer for 9 years this coming year. I'm currently serve as an FTAA for regional events, an FTA for the NMRC, CMRC. I've been a scorekeeper, I've been a judge, I've been webcast operator. Currently I serve on the Great Northern Regional Planning Committee, the North Dakota STEM Ecosystem Board of Directors, on the STEM Alliance here in Fargo, also in charge of Jumpstart Fargo, and the kickoff event for Fargo, Moorhead. So this is tips and tricks for regional events, and actually let's just call it tips and tricks for events in general. A lot of this is good information that you'll want to be aware of at regionals, yes, but also in week 0, regionals, off seasons, championship, districts, anything and everything. This is going to be good information for you to have. Starting off, volunteers. First runs on volunteers. There are multiple different types of volunteers. Yellow hat, who are they? Anyone shout it out?
Robot inspector.
Robot inspector. How about if a yellow hat has a vest on? What does that mean? LRI, lead robot inspector. Orange hat. CSA. Blue shirt. FTAA, yeah, the boss. Stripes. Ref. Zebra, there we go. How about the yellow shirt? Head ref. All right, the harder questions. What does it take to be those volunteers? Can anyone be a lead robot inspector? What does it take? To be a robot inspector, it requires a certification every year, and you must be 18 years or older, and experience is preferred. To be a lead robot inspector, you've needed to be a robot inspector for at least 2 years, be 21 years or older, and pass the certification. CSA experience is preferred. Generally, they want you to have some kind of knowledge of the control system, programming, wiring, CAN. I can't tell you how many times we sent a CSA over to look at a CAN issue for different teams. FTA, FTAA. Team experience is preferred. You need to be 18 years or older. And for FTA, that is another, be an FTAA for so long, and then get pulled up, you have a trial year, then you get the approval. So it's a process. So the FTAs, they've been doing it for a long time. They've got the experience, they've got the knowledge, they've received the approval to be an FTA from headquarters. Referee. Generally, we like to see referees be 19 years or older and there's a certification quiz that you have to take. Certainly the refs are a little more familiar with that. I have never taken that, and that is one role I will never want to do as a ref. I don't know how they do that. Head ref. You need at least 4 years of refereeing experience, pass the certification test every year, and they want you to be 23 years or older. So Andy, I don't know how you got it.
Thank you for being on that, yo.
More volunteers. You have your MC and game announcers, you have your scorekeeper, you have your field reset crew, your judge, your team queuing, your pit admin, your machine shop, your practice field crew, and many, many, many more. Regional events in general, you need the core volunteers, but I can tell you right now, if you don't have enough field resetters, you don't have the MC or game announcers, you don't have any of these roles, the events run differently. A few years ago at a week 0 event, we did not have a MC or game announcer, so myself and the FTAA/CSA each grabbed a lapel mic and we were the game announcers. It was terrible. Some people thought it was hilarious, but it was terrible. So all of these roles are super important. Read the rules. I know the refs say this, everyone says this, but it is so important. Read the rules. Read the game manual, read the event rules, all the team updates. There are 15, anywhere from 10 to 15 team updates stemming from the day of kickoff all the way up to championship. Rules change, wording is adjusted, dimensions are clarified. They are very important. But as anyone can say, as an FTAA, as an FTA, as a ref, as a head ref, as a queuing lead, as anyone will say, the rules are super important because it explains to you what you need to do, how you do it, when you do it, if you can do it. The next thing, drive team. All right, this is a topic very near and dear to my heart. Someone tell me how many people are on a drive team? Five people, all right. Someone give me the roles of the drive team. Technician. Coach. Two drivers. Human player, yes. You have 5 members of your drive team.
Yes, I am now. You can use 1 driver and 2 human players if you want. Sorry,
Technicality rules. So yes, Andy is correct. You can use 1 driver and 2 human players. Again, your buttons are defined as drive team. Things to keep in mind. The drive team must know the rules. They must. If they don't, you're going to have a very long tournament. The game rules, the event rules, the team updates, they need to know them. All members must work together as a team. If they don't, you're going to have a long regional and it's going to be tough. Drivers must take their responsibility seriously. It's an honor to be on the drive team, and you must represent, and you are representing your team. As we know more and more, all the events are streamed, off seasons, regionals, championships, week zeros are even being live streamed now. So not only are you representing your team on the field, in the arena, you're also representing the team on a much larger scale across anyone that's watching this currently or even down the road when it's posted after. Drive team must be able to remain calm under pressure, especially when you start getting into practice days are great. You have practice, everyone's out there having fun, then you get into qualifications, you get into playoffs, and the pressure builds and it mounts. From experience as a drive coach, you're on the field and going, all right, we're going into match 3 of the championship round. How's this going to go? Are we going to walk away, or are we not going to win? And how's that going to go? So they must be able to remain calm under pressure. Oh, I apologize there. You must be able to think on the fly. How many times are you trying, you've got your game strategy, and we're going to go pick up a piece, and we're going to put it there, and we're going to just keep doing that. Well, you have a robot tip over where you want to go. What are you going to do to get around that? You get your robot caught on the net. Are you going to try to get it off, or are you going to leave it? What are you going to do? And they must have very good communication skills between them. You can't have 5 drive team members that are going to sit there and just do their own thing and not communicate back and forth, because especially for the 2 drivers, if they're not communicating what they're doing, or if the drive coach isn't communicating to the drive team and saying, hey, pick up the piece, hey, this robot's down, hey, you have 20 seconds left, you have 10 seconds left, go climb, go hang, go do the end game. You need to be able to communicate. Drive team. Another thing that's very near and dear to my heart is match load in and load out. The biggest thing drive teams don't do that they need to do. Set a role for each person when you load in. Have someone with the cart. Have 2 people on the robot, 1 person with the flag, 1 person with the driver's station. Never leave your cart unattended, because you're going to have other teams tripping over it, you're going to have the volunteers tripping over it. So always keep someone with your cart. If you need to have that 3rd person to help with setup, cool. Then the person that is going to push the cart out, then they're going to go with the flag. Figure that out ahead of time. So you have 2 people carry the robot, 1 person manage the cart, 1 person sets up the driver's station, then you have an extra person still. Flag, other duties, measurements, whatever that may be. Turn your robot on as soon as possible. The sooner you turn your robot on, the quicker matches go, the quicker we can get going, the more time you're going to have to make adjustments. This year we saw a lot of times where teams would get the robot on the field, turn it on, and then they'd have to wait for it to boot, and then they'd have to go pick up the robot, spin it, set it down, because they were waiting for the robot to find an April tag to locate itself on the field. If you don't turn your robot on right away, you're going to start delaying matches, and then I'm going to be poking the ref and going, hey, is this a be prompt rule? Is this something where, hey, we're running a half hour behind, robot's on the field, you turn on, we're ushering you off, we're starting the match. So the sooner you can turn it on, the more time you have to make those adjustments. I will say and recommend that work with your code, and if you need to do something to find an April tag, to find your place on the field, or whatever you need to do, try to build your code in a way so that you don't need to turn your robot on, go out there, spin it, do whatever after it finds it. My biggest recommendation when you're putting your robot on the field is go put it on the field, turn it on, let it be there, be ready to go. Because the more setup you have to do, the less and less time you may get to do that. If the season is one of those seasons where we got plenty of time for field reset, great, you'll be able to do that. But I would not recommend planning on being able to do that every single time, because as we start getting crunched for time, we'll start trying to usher people along and, okay, let's go a little quicker. Next thing is plug your driver station in ASAP. Don't unplug it. Never unplug your Ethernet cable from your driver station. It does help reduce time with connecting to the robot. Now, if the other thing I've seen is we're in the middle of a match and oh my gosh, I've lost communication with the robot. The first thing I see teams do is unplug the Ethernet cable. Don't do that. The only time you want to mess with your Ethernet cable is if it comes unplugged. And if it does, I always check before the match that when you plug the cable in, it doesn't wiggle loose. If it wiggles loose, get a hold of the FTA or the FTAA and say, hey, this is loose. We're going to check to make sure the connector's good. If the connector's good, it could be the port on your computer. I've seen a lot of ports where they're not made like they were used to, especially the ports that have the little notch that flips down. Those do wear out quick. So I would always recommend having a USB to Ethernet adapter on you, because if for some reason the cord's falling out, it doesn't want to hook up. Yeah, a lot of times the field staff will have spare parts. I can't tell you over the years how many USB to Ethernet adapters I've lost because I've given mine to a team. It's never come back. But again, it's a $10, $15, $20 part that I'm happy to do because it gets them playing, but it's also a good thing to maybe have a spare on you. So if you have an issue, you can play. But never unplug it, because when you unplug it, your computer has to reestablish the connection with FMS. It can take more time. Previous years, when you would unplug the Ethernet cable, it would stop you so that you were done playing. They don't do that anymore, but I would still recommend never unplugging it, because if you did lose communication, more than likely it's something on your robot that's rebooting, you had a brownout and it's coming back up. So if you keep everything connected, as soon as the robot's ready, you get to play. You'll be able to drive and play again. All right, the match is done, it's time to load out. Again, the biggest thing the drive team doesn't do that they need to. Get moving. Yes, the match is exciting. It was a close match, or who's win? Was it a tie? But we got to get that field reset. So as much as you are excited about, hey, yeah, we want to see the score, we want to see who won, how do we do, did we get it, did we not, did that last time hang, did that penalty affect us? As the drive team, you have the responsibility to get your robot off the field, get ready to go for the next match. So get moving. Be on the field as soon as the reset's there. A lot of times now the last few years, there's been a light indication on the field. The field turns green, you can get your robot off the field. We're trying to we're trying to move things along to even where, okay, hey, there's a call the refs still have to talk about. Instead of holding a one, refs will turn the field green, we'll start resetting so that then we can get the match up. Now think about it, if the refs have to have a quick talk, it takes 2-3 minutes to reset. If you don't start moving until after the match is post, then we just start getting further and further behind. And as matches get further behind, further down the road, then we start going, okay, instead of a 7-minute cycle time, do we need an 8 or a 9 or a 10-minute cycle time? And as we start getting into more and more of that, you get less matches per event. So the faster you can move getting your robot on and off the field, the more matches everyone will get, the more plays we get, the more opportunity you get to advance. Set a role for each person for loadout. 2 people carrying the robot, 1 person manages the cart, 1 person packs up the driver's station. You still have an extra person, and generally by this time the flag's already off somewhere, so that extra person you still have that extra person to help you out. And again, coaches, make sure your drive coach is willing to help. You know, the match is done, the drive coach takes off to the pit, maybe that's not your best option for a drive coach. Helpful hints. Know the robot. Know your robot. Know where the parts go. Know what the parts do. Now, first was nice enough to add a technician role. Before that, it was a 4-person drive team, and it's okay, well, now that, the drivers need to know where things are at. It's great that they know how to drive, but they should be the ones that, okay, hey, where's your radio? Where's this? Where's that? Have some basic troubleshooting knowledge so that, hey, if the robot isn't working in the field, maybe they can help the technician fix it. Drivers behind the line. Oh no, we're not ready. What's going on? We can't go. That's fine. If you hear that, or at any time where you think they're going to start the match and you're not ready, do a thumbs down. Anyone that, as the FTA or FTAA or whoever's running the matches at the time, we do a check, and you can watch us do that. And everyone does their check a little differently. For me, when I'm standing next to the head ref, I'm going to look right. Right gate, near close and count 1, 2, 3, 4, gates are closed. Then I'm going to look to make sure all the refs are in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I'm going to scan the teams to see if I see any thumbs down. If I don't see any thumbs down, I'm giving my thumbs up and we're going to start the match. So when I run a match, you'll see me do this, this, and this. And then the whole time, if I see something I don't like, I stop, correct it, and then I start it over. We need to tether our robot. The intake is out, something isn't right. We need to tether the robot. Only the FTA can give you permission to do so. Not the ref, not the head ref, not the FTAA, not the field superintendent. Only person that can do that is the FTA. And the reason is because we're trying to keep everything running on time and keep the matches going. If we don't do that and you have to tether, I believe it's a yellow card. Or is it a verbal warning then a yellow card? I'm asking the 2 refs in the room. There is penalties associated with it if you tether without given permission. A lot of times we'll be a little graceful, hey, you know, let's not do that. Now let's say, hey, we had a field fault and we started the match and we're just going to replay it right away. A lot of times when I need to do that as an FTA, okay, hey, field fault because the game pieces fell over, something wasn't ready, and we stopped the match. If we weren't that far and we're ready to go again, I'll say, okay, you know what, let's reset. And a lot of times then too, I will tell my FTA, or the FTA will tell me, hey, go to the sides and say, yes, reset your robot, tethering is okay if you need to, let's get ready to replay the match. But again, you need that permission from the FTA to plug your robot into your computer. And the way a lot of times we watch for that is if you see a computer come on, it's going, okay, well, we're going to watch that a little bit closer. So again, something to be aware of. Another role on the team, safety captain. Their responsibilities are, you know, some of those responsibilities is make sure everyone's got their safety glasses on. Make sure the pit is clean and organized. And always be aware of the safety policies and procedures. How many times in a regional have you heard someone, a volunteer, someone say, hey, put your safety glasses on. They're up here, they're not here. You know, so always have that safety captain. Make sure everyone's got their safety glasses on, make sure everything's clean and organized, and make sure everyone's following the safety policies and procedures and know what's going on so that if something happens, you have another person that can help out. Some other optional roles for the teams that teams will use that are very helpful. You have a game rules monitor, someone that knows the game rules better than maybe the drive team. We can help explain things. That can lead into some of your strategy. You want your team leads on the robot side. You know, you have your design, mechanical, electrical programming. Each team sets up their roles differently on a team. For Fargo, we have those leads, and we break it out to where, hey, this core group of students is going to be in charge of the arm or the manipulator or the intake, and then we have to integrate it all together. Other team roles are leads such on the logistical side, business communication, audiovisual outreach, strategy. One thing that some teams lack, and I will admit my team does lack that as well, is the social person, the social media, pictures. I can't tell you how many times I get to the end of a season, I go, cool, we took absolutely no pictures during the build, during the competition, during the events. Now I have nothing to go out and to put out there for thank you to sponsors or advertisements or anything like that. So, you know, people might think, oh yeah, and you know, we don't need a lead. Designate a lead so that you get those pictures, you get the content, you have that, because I guarantee you will miss it if you don't. Things to think about at events. Help me help you when building your robot. We've all been there. The robot won't connect, something's broken, we're panicking, we're moving, something's going on. As an FTA, FTAA, as a CSA, as a robot inspector, we're here to help you. but we can only do that if things are easily accessible and visible. So my always recommendation is, hey, think about your placement of your Rio, your radio, your distribution board, all those critical components, so that if you're having an issue, if your robot won't turn on, you won't connect, something's not working, I'm gonna take time if I can see things, look at things, but hey, if everything's mounted underneath the robot and we have to turn the robot over, we have to take off a bunch of shields to work on something, I'm say, sorry, we're gonna bypass you and we're gonna move on. So have your parts, have your everything visible so that we can help. And access. We want to be able to access the parts, get at things. Hey, if we need to reset the Rio, the radio, unplug something, replug something in, the more accessibility and visibility we have, the longer we will be able to help you get things corrected. Now, if there is something that we just can't fix, we'll say, okay, hey, we're going to send a CSA or a robot inspector over to help after the match. Or a lot of times too, at least when I'm running a field, I like to have a robot inspector and a CSA close, so I can say, hey, come talk with them, so that your code crashes during a match, I can grab the CSA and say, hey, here's what it's doing, so they can see it live. That way they can help you even more. So again, things visible, help me help you when building a robot. The next thing I'm going to touch on is Nexus. Nexus is a tool that has been implemented more and more through the years. This year we'll be using it at regionals again. What is Nexus? Nexus FRC is a suite of tools designed to improve team experiences at FIRST robotics competitions. It's actually now, they have Nexus for FTC, so it's not even FRC anymore, it's FIRST in general. These real-time tools make it quick and easy for volunteers to communicate amongst themselves and with teams. Nexus will be used for this season and off season, and we'll be using more components to it this year. Certainly what you're seeing here is display screens at pit admin that are going to say, hey, team such and such is looking for a part, or hey, send a team representative to the field because we're going to start alliance selections. You can get notifications on your phone. You can look at match schedules real time. You also can get messages to Discord and Slack if you have those set up with your team. What can Nexus do? Nexus is a web app used by teams, volunteers to access a variety of information. Authorized volunteers can manage the event information, communicate time-sensitive information to teams and other volunteers. Here's some of it, some examples on what we'd use. Queuer sends a message to your text for a text message, Slack or Discord notifying the team when it's time for their matches to queue. You'll get a queuing on deck messages for that. Field Tech identifies a problem with a robot and requests a CSA to follow up. So one thing that we'll do is, hey, team 1, 2, 3, 4 lost CAN or has an error in their code, or we think their Rio's bad. We'll send a message out to the CSAs or the robot inspectors, and they'll come to your pit after the match and help you guys out and say, hey, I heard that you're having issues with your code crashing in autonomous. And these experts will be able to come help you and get things resolved for you. And the inspector gets stuck when inspecting a team and requests the lead robot inspector come by. Before, it was if the inspector was looking at a robot and had a question, if this would or wouldn't pass, they'd have to go find the lead robot inspector, they'd have to come back, and it just took more time, and then that might be a chance where you wouldn't be able to get on the field for an additional practice match unscheduled. This year, regional events will be using Nexus for inspection, which will help the flow and inspection. It helps things a lot. So you will see inspectors now carrying tablets for checking off different parts of the inspection using Nexus. Scorekeeper will enter practice match lineups in FMS based on what the queuers have entered in Nexus. We all know how practice day goes. we always have a filler line, but where it slows down is, okay, now we got to figure out, instead of team 1, 2, and 3 in the driver stations, we got 50, 52, and 70. So before it used to be paper or trying to look and figure it out. Now with Nexus, the queuer will go, okay, in driver station 1, 2, and 3, here are the numbers. The scorekeeper will see it, can put them in, and we can get more practice matches in that.
Are we gonna have scheduled practice matches back this year?
Yes. There will be scheduled practice matches, and then there's always a filler line as well.
Yeah, no, filler line is great, but just filler line is kind of chaos.
Yeah, so there is scheduled practice matches, and then there is filler line. Again, you need to be inspected for your practice match, or for the filler line. You do not have to be inspected for scheduled. And again, when it comes to that, we want to see all the teams out there at least at one of your practice match, even if all your robot can do is drive. We want to make sure you can connect to the field, because when you get it ready to go for qualifications, we want to make sure it's connected so that we have that practice time to make sure we work out all the bugs. As a team, you can use Nexus to request a CSA to come by and help troubleshoot your robot. And then finally, pit admin can make announcements through the display and send it out to the teams. We will still be making announcements into the pips about, hey, team 3 is looking for a part, or team such and such is looking for a tool. Those will still be made in announcements, but they'll also be found on Nexus this year and be sent messages out, which will be very helpful.
Is Nexus replacing the CSA's Slack channel?
Not necessarily. The Nexus is tied into some of that on the back end. There's some magic back there, and there's also then the Trello board too. The Trello was a big one too that was being used. So, and check with each event too, because some of that will be different. Using Nexus to request help might be something one event does, but there might still be using Trello. So that's one thing in your packet. When you check in, the CSAs will come by and say, hey, if you need anything, here's how you get a hold of us. Otherwise, the best way to get a hold of a CSA too is look for the orange hat. It's a bright orange hat, very hard to miss. So, some more information. What's required to run Nexus? Well, you need an internet connection. You need devices that can access the app, smartphones, tablets, laptops, TVs, some kind of pit display. Nexus also can either use the MRCA FMS or the Blue Alliance APIs, so it can be used in off-season and in actual competition season. So, when you get to an event, you're going to get a little handout about this size sheet of paper. It's going to have a QR code. On there, you can scan that. When you scan that, that will get you logged in for your side. You can put in 5 cell phone numbers, and only 5. And you can't change those. So once those 5 are used up, you can't get any more. So coaches, I always recommend when you get your packet, when you check in, grab that sheet of paper with the Nexus QR code and have that discussion with the team as, okay, hey, who should we have be in there? Do we want the coach? Do we want the drive team? Who are those phone numbers that we want to get the text messages to? Because if you have let's say you have your build team grab it and they use all 5 of the phone numbers, well, now your build team's going to get the notifications and the drive team may not. The other thing I would recommend, we'll get there. So the way it works is that there is a queuing notification path that'll come out. You'll get a queuing soon, on deck, and you'll get those messages. A text message will look something like that. Queuing match 103, team 7048 is red, 3. On deck, queuing, and then it will also get the messages when you want to send a team representative. Now for those people that don't put their phone number in, I highly recommend using Discord or Slack. For Fargo 7048, we use Discord. So the first thing I do is grab that and join our Nexus login into our Discord. so that everybody gets it, and that's what that looks like. So you get the on deck, now queuing. So on your, when you scan the QR code, there's gonna be an option in there for Discord, Slack, and phone number. So you just hit that, and it'll take you to the Discord app and have you log in. So, and then also if you don't have Discord or don't want to set one up or Slack, you can also go to Nexus, frc.nexus, you can select your event and select the team, and you're gonna get the schedule, you're gonna get all of that information too. It'll also give you estimated time for some of the matches. Some of the estimated times can be a little off because it's being calculated based on how the field's running. Some of that gets a little weird if there are timeouts, things like that. You can also view and track things from the pit displays, announcements, rankings, things like that. So that's all I have for you. Good luck, teams. We'll see you at the competition. Are there any questions? Questions that teams have had, how the field runs, how events run, any other general questions that I can answer today? All right, well, next thing on the schedule is lunch. Lunch is going to be over in West Dining. It is a few blocks to walk over there. Please take a look at the schedule. We pick up again at, I believe the next session is at 1:40, so we have a little bit of time. Make sure that you have a yellow or orange or whatever color that is ticket that says Jumpstart. That's how we're tracking the FRC students and teams that are here. It is covered. If you do not have a ticket, please find me and we'll get you one over there. It is all you can eat. There are a bunch of different food stations. It should be a fun experience. I've not been over there. So thanks everyone.
You're tethering? Verbal warning.
But then it turns into a yellow card. Yep.
But you want us to get started now?
Here we go.
Okay. Hi, welcome back from lunch. So we know we have some people hearing this in the other jumpstart, so we'll begin and kind of maintain schedule if we can. Welcome. You're not a rookie anymore. So one of the things as you talk to people is that we're really good about supporting rookies, be it young students, first time, members, beginning mentors, and we have this help for the first year, maybe two, and then everyone assumes you got it. That's why we're here. So we're targeting this at juniors and seniors in high school, and then mentors in that 3 to 8 year range. Go right
So
ahead.
hey, we're 3102. We've been around for, this is our 18th season?
18th season.
18th season, and I'm Kay Never.
I'm Hannah Delahan.
And I'm Olaf Nettenberg. I've been a mentor with 3102 since 2009.
I've been a mentor since 2017.
My third year.
And Hannah's third year.
Yeah.
So
Still
this
new.
is guided at Hannah. Our history, some of the things that we pride ourselves in is judged awards. You're going to hear us talk about how do you define success and how do you define your team. And yes, you want to win. Winning is fun. But the judged awards are also fun. At a regional competition, the judges are out interviewing your students. And if you get acknowledged of one of those, what are there, 12 judged awards commonly go out, 10. At a 50, 60 team regional, if you're one of those top 10, 12 schools, that's significant as well, So we honestly go after them with the qualification points toward the state tournament, qualification points toward worlds, they matter. Judged awards matter. So we do pride ourselves on those and we pursue them.
So the only way you can really do that is if you balance the robot and other stuff, because it's very hard to be a team and win a various smattering of awards if you just concentrate on the robot. It is very hard to do that when you have a smaller team, but it's possible. You have to find a way to work to your strengths and figure out what fills your cup, how does it work for your team, what are they interested in, and you can take a pretty serious look at those awards and see which direction you'd like to focus on.
We jumped over student-led or mentor-led. That's oftentimes, and again, we're aiming this at juniors or seniors. We're also aiming this at the, I don't want to say mid-career mentor, but in the mentor parades, there's usually not a lot of mentors in that 15-year plus portion of the parade. The bulk of the mentors out there are in this 3 to 8 year range. And first makes no apologies, we all know this. We've all been in a situation where like, that's an amazing robot. I bet you a 14-year-old didn't design that. And sometimes that feels unfair, like what the heck?
Hard to stomach.
Sometimes it's hard to stomach.
Yeah.
But you have to respect that, and first doesn't make any apologies. If you want industry experts to model the design process and show your students the latest, greatest methodology to achieve that goal in industry at this time, and your students get to witness that and go along, and then at the end get to operate it, that's okay. Or do you mentor in a different way and guide and nudge and encourage your students, and maybe you will never compete or beat that team that is built by adults. But you gotta define what a win is and what your objective is.
What fills your cup?
What fills your cup?
You guys talk about this one.
Oh, gosh.
Take the cue, Hannah.
Well, okay. So we were not, oh, Hold on, it's gonna take a little bit. Okay, when do you put on the treasure? There we go. We were nominated for this Inspire the Future Award, and I found out about it, and Olaf was not going to actually take the time to do it, and I said, we have to try. Well, when I saw the application process, I was like, ooh. So it was a doozy, but we're gonna kind of talk about, like, these are the 5 areas that I broke down. We'll show you an example of the question, and yeah.
So what this award is, first Inspire the Future First Recognition Program. It's awarded to 10 schools in the United States each year. It's been happening since 2022. We applied, we were nominated, and I'm not sure who nominated us, whoever did, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
That was a pat on the back to even be nominated. You receive an email and says, hey, congratulations, you've been nominated. If you would like to apply, here are the steps. Hannah's right, I saw the steps and I'm like, we don't have time for this. And of course, it's during build season. And we don't have time. And I was kind of a cranky old mentor, like, And Hannah, being a second-year mentor at the time, was like,
Still like a puppy.
yeah, time
Exciting.
out. Time out. We have to acknowledge this and take a look at it. There are 5 other schools. We just grabbed a shot, honestly, from online, and there we are. And again, this is a school of recognition, not just a team. So kind of be aware. Why are we throwing this in here? We're throwing this in here because, well, we're kind of proud of what we do, but it's more than robots. We hear that all the time. More than robots, more than robots.
So the application process is 10 questions. You think 10 questions, that's okay, we can do this, no big deal. 5 different topics: discover, teamwork, inclusion, impact, innovation. We do that? Yeah, we do that. Let's look at the next page for the very first question.
Okay.
That is a question.
I don't want to read to you, but I'm going to read to you. Innovation. The implementation of FIRST involves creating authentic learning opportunities for students that increase STEM awareness, engagement, interest and intent, and holistic skill development. Describe the articulation plan that demonstrates opportunities for participation in FIRST programs throughout the school, district, and local ecosystem. Share how this information is shared with internal and external stakeholder groups.
That's one question.
Took Hannah and I an hour to figure out what the question was asking us. And all of the questions are like this. Answers, they gave a prompt, was it a 1,000-word max on the answers?
Yes. Yeah.
If you're posed with a question and they give you a 1,000-word max, they're shooting for several hundred words for an answer. It's not just 2 sentences or even a simple paragraph. We had a lot of this information already available to us from our impact team, and so we knew some of the data, we had talked about it, was in our brains, but even with that, Hannah and I spent close to 20 human hours answering 10 questions.
So, the reason I think this all started was because we have had what we like to call a Lego resistance, because it is just us, and well, it was just us, and has been just us as mentors for a long time, and it is very hard to juggle all of these things. We had the opportunity to become a Lego first partner district with Lego Education, and we took advantage of that. We're one of 57 in the nation. That opens up a lot of grant opportunities and money for your school district and your programs. And we jumped in 3 years ago. We started with 2 Lego teams, and we had all of our team, our FRC team, student mentoring. And throughout that process, we have a 4th grade teacher that's been teaching Lego curriculum for a quarter every year. We have a 5th grade classroom that's going to be doing a spring Lego fling, and we also have worked with our district to get our elementary a 2nd through 4th grade STEM teacher that teaches all sorts of STEM things and teaches Lego robotics. So currently, all we have left is kindergarten and 1st grade.
Yep.
And we will have Lego robotics or FIRST robotics K through 12 in our building.
And what went along with that was a memorandum of understanding that was signed between administration, so our school superintendent, and it's a document that says our district will commit to this. In the course of a 5-year plan, we will have robotics in every grade level, either mandatory or elective scenario.
So that was part of it. We are currently up to 3 Lego teams, and it is hard. It takes a lot of our time. We did not start Lego until 2 years ago when the NMRC worked very diligently to get a Lego competition in Greater Minnesota where we didn't have to drive 200 miles to get to it, which was one of the big barriers that we have. So since now we have a competition area in Bemidji, which is fantastic, thank you, Matt, it has really changed how people in the Greater Minnesota have opportunities for those kind of things.
Right.
So,
which jumps to logistics up there. So everyone's aware where we are is we're 200 miles north of Minneapolis. And when we first started in the late 2000s, there were not anywhere near the roughly 200 teams that are in FIRST Robotics in Minnesota. And everything we did was a 200-mile drive each way. And, yep, second line, we got mad. We're like, no, we don't want to do this anymore. We have a very generous family that's very philanthropic and has been very supportive of us over the years. Another mentor and I were having coffee with them one day, and they said, is there anything you'd like to have for your robotics team? And I think their intent was like, is there some sort of equipment or machinery or something like that? And at that time, Andy Mark had just come out with the Andy Mark field, the practice field. And we'd seen it. And the other mentor who was with us at that time, who's now retired, we looked at our generous family and said, we want a field. And they said, what's a field? And what would you do with it? So we explained to them what a field was and what it could potentially be. And we said, we don't want to drive to Minneapolis all the time. We want a field in the northern part of the state. We talked about it with them, not terribly long. They said how much. At the time it was $22,000 or so. This husband and wife glanced across the table at each other, kind of nodded and said, done. We'll buy you one. So then we placed the order with Andy Mark, and they said, who are you and how big a school are you? And to make it even crazier, we told Andy Mark, well, you're not going to ship it, we're just going to come and get it. Well, it's just outside of Indianapolis in Kokomo, Indiana. And so Kay and I and our youngest son hooked up a trailer and went on a road trip to pick up the field. That field turned into week 0 competitions that we could host. That field turned into a practice place that we could host and throw up and wooden mock-ups, and it's just grown and grown and grown. And now, in the state of Minnesota, are there, I believe, 5 Andy Mark fields floating around the different regions to kind of do that. We did this a decade ago because, well, we were angry and we didn't want to drive anymore. But we understand. I mean, the majority of the state lives in 7 County Metro. It's, not their fault that we're 200 miles away. But we wanted to create geographic accessibility. Want to talk about NMRC?
Yeah, we could talk about NMRC. It takes a little bit. Sorry, my microphone is going to warm up. There she is. All right, the NMRC started in the basement of an establishment, a restaurant in Bemidji. And we were just talking about what we needed to do and how we could support people just like this. Because we know what it's like to be that middle of the road where you're not a rookie anymore, but you're not on top, you've not been around long enough to have all the answers, not that we do.
To this day.
But to have a network to support you, which is really important because we didn't have that. We didn't really know anyone. Not much. We hooked up with Matt and Jesse and we got to talking and we decided to form the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference, and it has been amazing. this organization has been a support group, it is a network, it is a growth opportunity, it is whatever you want it to be, which is pretty fantastic. What it's done for us is that it has given us a chance to be able to do these kind of things, to help out North Dakota, to help out you guys, and to have these events with the field, and to think about how we want to proceed and be better and be more. And we have, it has really helped. All you have to do is look at the back of our trailer and how it has changed, and the awards that we've won, and the opportunities that we now have in Greater Minnesota.
And the NMRC, it goes back to as simple as a group of us were talking, like, what are we gonna do? And at the time, you hear the words hub, coalition, these different definitions or names. And Dean came and founded this whole thing on the athletic model because population understands that. Schools understand that. And as we talked, we're like, why don't we just call it a conference? Because athletic directors, principals, students, parents, they're familiar with the sports model. Hey, you're the conference champion. You know, you're the, Eastern County blah, 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 conference champion 2025. So paralleling that whole philosophy, we called it the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference. We have a conference championship. Our students can earn all conference honors. And again, aligning it with a format that the general population is familiar with.
You have to remember, we don't all have everything that one would think robotics teams needs to be successful. We have a very small school. We're all under one roof. We have 2 sections. We have pretty successful co-curricular activities. We have not a lot of bodies. These kids do a lot of different things at the same time. One of our students is leaving us at 3 to go play hockey. Another one, they're very, very busy kids. And that's hard. You have to design your practice plans around that so that everybody has an opportunity to do it. And we don't have a lot of facilities. Newburgh has a tiny little shop, and make it work.
Yeah, so we have no metal capability whatsoever in our school district, 0. We have some handheld cordless tools, that's it. Yet, we find a way. If you're listening to this like, how? This is just a experience, and again, junior, senior, 3 to 8 year mentor, we utilize a lot of polycarbonate. It's great stuff. You can manipulate it with basic woodworking equipment, which that tends to be more available, not only in your schools, but also you can go to the hardware store and grab it. There's Home Depot, Lowe's, and Menards, and that's all about manipulating wood. There are not big box stores for hobby welding. They're kind of the same. We'll remodel a bathroom as a population. We don't weld up utility drill. Our mentors, real quick. This is another discussion topic, who we are, again, targeting 3 to 8 year mentors and juniors and seniors. Gee, we don't have any engineers on our team. Well, we've never had it. In the history of our team, we've had science teachers, we had a principal participate, a night custodian, me, shop teacher, we had a plumber, we got a 2nd grade teacher, we had an HVAC contractor, we got an early childhood special education teacher, we got a postmaster, we've had some IT specialists that work in industry, and we have a social studies teacher. See any engineers? It can be done. Doesn't matter.
All right. One of the big things that really helps us is our support. Like, you have to have a connection with your school, with your community, with your administrators, with your newspaper, with all of those people on that list, with your donors, your parents. You have to rely on a lot of support from those individuals to make your team successful. We get a lot of questions from even teams like the Green Machine and Dinah. They ask us, how do you get your school to help you so much? They're like the winningest team in our state, and their school doesn't even recognize that they're a team. You have to have those connections. You have to have relationships with those people in order for that to happen. You have to reach out. You have to keep reaching out. You have to be part of what they're doing so they can be part of what you're doing.
And getting your name out. Like, that's a huge thing, is getting your name out, and then also doing those off-season events, because that is where you find those donors and get your name out there, and people are like, oh my goodness, this is in my backyard. So.
Yep. In the white there, do you do it to win? Winning is fun. Losing stinks. Okay? Losing stinks. And that's an honest concern. If you're a 4th year, 5th year team and you've never been chosen to go to finals, kind of tough to fire up to the next year. If you're a junior or senior in high school and the best your robotics team has ever done is, got beat 5 out of 8 times they went on the field, it's tough to stomach. But you got to define winning. And again, that goes back to the very beginning where we talked about the judged awards. I think back, the Judges Award. You're at a regional and they talk about the Judges Award. The Judges Award is defined as, this is a team that doesn't fit any specific category, but why do we keep talking about them? Why in the meetings are we like, you know what? They're just always kind of in the conversation. Well, that's a great award. We won it years ago. And I'm just as proud of that as the other awards. Do I believe that we will ever win the automation award? I doubt it. Some of the fabrication and some of those awards, I laugh and go, nope, it's not our bag. It's not what we've got. It's not our skill set. So,
and that's where defined winning comes in.
Yeah.
Are you going to be good at all of it? I don't know, maybe. But can you pick a couple places that you can be really good and you can have some confidence in and see some wins, even if they're not big wins? A win is defined by what your team thinks a win is.
Walking down on that stage and shaking hands for the Judges Award is walking down on that stage. That's a win. Or walking out on that field. When your students walk out on that field, when they come out of the crowd and everyone is clapping for them, that's a win. That's a win. As of lately, we've been loud and supportive, and we've been winning Spirit Awards. Last year we were down in the Bayou in Louisiana, and we'd never been there before, and we had conversations about, so do we just kind of be polite and quiet and see how this goes, or do we just let her rip right out of the chute? We kind of let her rip right out of the chute. And
you gotta just be your team.
You just gotta be yourself and go with your strengths. And it can be infectious, honestly. I mean, if a team is having fun, then 2 teams are having fun. If 2 teams are having fun, well, now we've got 20 teams having fun. And spirit can just simply be that. Like, you can elevate the atmosphere at the event. Just being excited to be there.
It's contagious.
It's contagious.
And for us, that's a win.
That's a win for us.
We're not probably going to win the automation award, the engineering inspiration award. But the Spirit Award.
Been pretty good that way. There's thumbs up in the crowd if you're watching this from away. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's some quotes from us. Opportunities and experiences, again, as we created this, we're creating this for these juniors and seniors, these high school students that have been on the team for a year or 2 and now find yourself in a leadership role. Your underclassmen look up to you as a student. When you were in 8th grade, if a senior said something to you, that stuck. Well, some of you are juniors and seniors now. What are you saying to your underclassmen? How are you leading your team? And this kind of gives our personalities a little bit. Mine up there, 3102 strives to be world class. Shoot for world class, believe you can be world class, and go out and be classy. It's a great big world out there. We love to travel. And do we know people elsewhere where we go? Not always. We know more and more people every year. But I, as a mentor, pride myself on our students look to us for answers. I'm sorry, adults, they do. You're in a leadership role. They look to you for an answer. And so when we roll into a new venue where we've never been before, and a student walks up and says, how do I do this? Where do I go? And I look at them and go, I don't know, go figure it out. Walk up to somebody, introduce yourself, be kind, be polite, be respectful. And what we found is that is reciprocated, that's given right back. And so for our students to learn that, like, hey, it's a great big world out there, but if I am all of those things, if I do model world-class and gracious professionalism, surprise, surprise, it's often returned. Expand their bubbles and go, go, go. Go, go, go.
You could have just put that up there, honestly. Well, for me, about our opportunities and experiences, that's the win for me. That is my biggest goal, is to travel, is to go to off-season events, to be part of these media opportunities for these kids to speak in front of a camera, for them to talk to people from other cultures and other places and learn about what those things are, to watch these kids learn how to stand in front of a crowd and talk, and learn how to read a room, learn how to walk up and say hello. It just creates powerful leadership. It's just fantastic. Watching this one right here, she's our senior now, and man, she's like, we lost a kid to lunch. I don't know where he is. I'm going to go find him. It's just the whole accountability and looking at, being a leader of your team and being proud of all of your people and taking care of them. I find that just is an amazing opportunity of this organization. And don't hold back. Do it. Be who you are. If you're loud, be loud. We'll find a job for you.
And for me, it's like connecting the dots through life experiences, and I think it's the teacher in me seeing that aha moment where they're like, oh my gosh, I could do this after high school, or I never knew that even existed, and just seeing their eyes light up and having a goal for their future and getting them out of our small town and seeing the big world is like awesome for me.
So at the bottom, we have 3 things that we really like to really stress on our teams. Encourage the unknown. We like to encourage that. We like kids to learn that there is unknown things and you can deal with it. You can handle it. Fail fast, fix fast. That is huge.
Yeah, that was taught to me many years ago as a young mentor. I don't even remember the gentleman. I wouldn't recognize who I saw him, but it was just in one of those conversations you had. And he said, fail fast, fix fast. And the more I thought about it, the more sense it made. It just stuck with me forever. And it doesn't matter if it's in the design process, the prototyping process. You just got smashed in a round at an event. It's like, yep, we failed, we fix it, we get back in there, and it carries over to life as well. Don't woe is me. Oh gee, we're broke, we're done. No.
Yeah.
Ask for help. Yep, it's bad, it's wrong. Fix it now. Get back out there. Away you go.
Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Yeah.
And there again, ask for help. All right, team culture. We actually created this a while ago and just touched it up to bring more recent. It's our male-female comparison. Many times we have presented at Jump Starts about why we have so many girls. In our team's history, we are just under 50% as a long-term, male to female. Trending, if you look to the right, the dark blue is our female participation, our light blue is our male participation, and those lines are awfully close to one another. Yes, when we started, we didn't do as much. We built a robot, had a lot of guys. And it started to grow. And where the spikes start happening is a more diverse mentorship, all right? Strong female mentors, and also more jobs on the team. It's more than a robot. Most of our team today does not work on the robot. They work on education, outreach, impact, media. And that's not to say that that's jobs for the girls.
No, because there was always kids.
Yes, absolutely. But it's more jobs for more people. If you have more jobs, it's not like, how are the 5 of us gonna do all that? You're not. But have those jobs and that 5 might grow to 7. You know, subgroups, exactly. What do we got up there? Be nice, give it a try. Yeah, be nice, give it a try.
You know, the big thing, we had a big conversation about this because we did a presentation on why study girls, the ladies did just a little bit ago. And things they came up with, the reason why we do have a larger number of females is they have ownership in what they do. We were kind of transparent in how we make decisions and how we do things. They find it fun, and network says they're free range, but I like to say we give them the opportunity to explore, because free range has some negative connotations.
Yeah.
So, how do you take it to the next level? What do you need to do? Do you want to? Do you like where you're at? Do you want to be more? Do you want to try to attract more? The things that we came up with, why we think it works for us, is networking with the kids that you have. We've noticed that our kids seem to travel in packs. They tend to have friends. They pull their friends into it. That is huge.
But also for mentors.
Yeah, go ahead, Anna.
But also for mentors, like find your people, and like our conference is one, and just reach out to those people that you can ask for help, just like we teach our students to do, but finding your people that can help you level up in many ways.
And be creative. I'm going to tell you of a failure I'm experiencing right now at school. So, trying to get creative and think outside the box. There's a girl at school who's always the lead in the play. She is vivacious. She is well-spoken. And I'm like, gosh, who would be a phenomenal impact speaker? Who can play a crowd? Who's not afraid to get up in front of people? Who can read the room? And this girl's name is Carolyn. And I went to Carolyn early in the school year and I said, Carolyn, I want you on the robotics team. And she laughed and goes, well, what? I said, no, I want you on the robotics team because I believe you are the most outgoing, talented speaker in our student body. And she was receptive to the compliment. And she's like, no. And so that was my failure. But you gotta ask, maybe that 3-minute conversation could have resulted in increase in membership on our team. And sometimes fail. So fail fast, fix fast. Which again leads up to the next thing, debunk the myth that you need to be an engineer to work with robots. We often say our robotics team is a company. It's a company and the product is a robot, but every company has so many departments. If you're making that cube, not everybody in the company has their hands on that cube. Go get it. Build your team that way. Whatever the strength is. If we don't have a job for you on our team and you have a passion, tell us and we'll make a job for you, or you already have the job, you're hired. Moving on.
Yep. Oh, this is a hard one, because it's hard to be a mentor. It's not easy to be a mentor. It takes a lot of your life, takes a lot of your time. It takes a lot of support from each other, takes a lot of conversations, and you do need to find some sustainability, because it is true that if you are a mentor longer, your team is better for it.
Yeah, I was at a meeting early in the school year with the high school league, with the Coaches Association, not the high school league, but with the statewide Coaches Association. And in the 24-25 school year, they collected some data, and we're going to talk all high school league sponsored things. The average tenure of a state tournament coach through all activities was 20 years. So, sorry, 3-year mentor, 4th-year mentor, you're young. I mean, that's just the truth of it.
You know, if you looked at the age and the experience of the coaches that coach in the state tournament, and let's start in the fall and go to the spring, let's do the big ones, football, volleyball, tennis, you know, all that kind of stuff, and just work our way through. The high school league found the data, and the coaches who were coaching in those settings, 20 years was their average experience level. So it's tough, and that's kind of what you're going up against.
And you do have to find the right fit.
Yeah.
We are very fortunate. We have a really great bunch of mentors, and we do fit together really well. We all have our strengths, and we complement one another. This picture is from where in New Orleans. We went to the end of the road, went to the end of Mississippi. It was very cool. It was very steamy hot. But those are all the mentors that traveled with us, and it was pretty great. It was pretty great. It's hard to travel 24 hours in vehicles with people that you don't really like. So it's pretty awesome that we get along really well.
Is getting beat losing? Goes back to what we talked about before. You gotta find what helps you sleep at night. You know, is it win at all costs, or define getting beat, define losing?
And it goes back to that student led or mentor led.
Yeah.
But you all kind of have to be on the same page on your team.
And it's okay if it's not for everyone. Fail fast, fix fast. Fail fast, fix fast personalities. We have tried in the past, we have tried to bring in engineers, but in our community, we do not have that resource where we have that industry down the street. We're a little tourist town, all right? We got more fishing guides than we have engineers, I promise you that. But we have had in the past some that were maybe retired, that were professionals in design and fabrication and whatever. And we thought that was going to be the solution. We thought that was the solution. And more than once, we've gone out, found those people, brought them in, and it didn't work on our team.
So this is us at the beginning of the Mississippi. That's where the season began last year. February 7th, it was 6 degrees. We made them take off their jackets so we could take a picture. Yeah, they like us. They made us snowball fight. Were there any questions?
Please ask us, all right? We advertise this as us asking you tough questions. Please ask us tough questions. We've all been in a classroom situation before where the teacher wraps up and goes, "Are there any questions?" and it's silent. What are you doing? What works on your team? What's something you're like, we've done this and it works? I'm going to pick on our senior. What is one thing we do that works, please? And I don't put you in the spot, and there's no wrong answer. This is your opinion.
Instead of like telling us how to work on a robot or how to fix a problem in a word, you say fix it, and you just sit on the side and you say, nope, I'm not doing it, and you make us do it.
Okay. Next door to you, we have a father and a mentor, if you can't see them.
So the main thing that I bring to the team, or what I try and teach any of the students on the team is, anyone who comes up to me and says can't is not in my vocabulary. We change that word to how. And if they come up and say I can't do it, no, how? How do you do it? How are you going to fix it? Just changing one word changes their whole perspective.
That growth mindset.
It's really fun.
It's like dodgeball. It's dodge a microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, back of the room. And please,
Supposed to throw it.
ask us a tough question.
You're supposed to throw it.
I
Okay.
think the sports suits, the jogging suits really work for me.
I think that works for
Dude,
the electric Lakers, yes.
Any comments? No comments from the back? Shelley, got any comments? No?
Questions? Matt, putting you on the spot, throw it
Throw
at
it. Yeah, throw it. You're supposed to throw it. So,
I don't want to hit the camera.
You're not gonna. Yes,
Yes, Matt.
I need a question.
Oh, I don't care. A question or what works for you. Everyone has their own
situation, their own dynamic, their own student body, their own obstacles? Is there something that you're proud of that you have done? Is there a failure, like, oh man, we thought this was a great idea, it was an absolute dud?
For us, not in the process of failing and succeeding on a regular basis, but legacy plan, your sustainment when you depart.
Is that a question to us?
Well, it's a question on what you guys, I know a little bit of what you guys are doing. We have tried, because at some point we want to retire and we want to move on or just volunteer full-time, to get people back in or to take your spot. We know that there are more students coming out of first. We hope that that expands the field of candidates to take our jobs and to become lead mentors. But we've had a couple that we hoped and we thought were going to stick around, and they went, no, I'm going to go back into industry. We're also finding some late ones that are coming back almost 10 years after that are now maybe ready to come back and do a little something. But what are you guys doing, or what is your plan? I know she's standing there, but how is that process going as you look for your legacy to be sustained when you're gone?
Yeah. I will honestly ask you, one of our weaknesses is our connection to our alumni. We have some alumni that are very successful and we're very proud of them. And we've been around long enough that we have some alumni that are in their 40s, and that is a weakness of ours. We talked about on the bus ride over that we need to up our game in reaching out to our alumni. Again, dynamics of where you're at. We're a small town. It's tough to make a living. And there's not a lot of bodies. We have these, we say we have these successful alumni, and you need to define success. Yeah, we got time for the beer truck story.
Yes.
If you're hearing this from a distance, had a student, I know he's, I don't know, like how old is he, in his 30s, Austin?
Yeah,
mid-30s?
yeah.
Mid-30s. Former student of ours who was on our build team, he was kind of, you could just see the wheels clicking all the time. He was always thinking, always thinking. He was coming up with solutions, you're like, where did that come from? Handful of years, and so this student, he has like his day job, but then he also has a landscaping business that is not his day job, but it could be his day job. He employs a number of people. Again, we're in a small tourism area, lots of second and third homes on the lakes. And so he has a landscape business where they do mowing and landscaping and maintenance and caretaking of very nice properties. I bumped into Austin at the gas station one day. We're at the pumps. And I'm like, Austin, tell me something. You're always up to something. Where are you going? Where are you going? What's happening in your brain? He goes, going to buy a beer truck. And I'm like, why are you buying a beer truck? He goes, well, what's a beer truck look like? And I said, well, they got that nubby little cab and they got garage doors on the side that go down close to the ground. You're a genius. He was going to take a beer truck and turn it into a mowing truck. He said, if I have a pickup and a trailer with my mowers and all my gear on it, I go into these nice homes and their driveways are these windy little driveways that get down to these beautiful properties on the lake. He said, my guys got to park out on the road. I'm paying them to walk back and forth for tools. A beer truck is designed for an urban setting, tight parking lot, short turning radius, heavy things going in and out that are down close to the ground. And they get loaded left, right, and back. That's successful. That's success.
That's problem solving.
That's problem solving. That's what define a win.
Yeah, that's a win.
That's a super win. And every day I don't say every day, I see that truck in the neighborhood or in the community, and every time I just smile like, guy's brilliant. He should be retired by now. He should just send that out there to the world, and he'd be done.
Yeah.
So, our alumni, Matt, to go back and answer your question, we need to work on that. Find your people, support your people.
We're investing in parents, second grade teachers.
Still looking for
hard.
people though.
Still
looking.
Yes.
Come find us.
Yeah.
Students, reflections? We don't have to throw it at you.
Are you guys gonna wear the jumpsuits good this year?
Most definitely.
Most definitely.
Those were sweet.
You guys are talking about like to keep up the alumni coming back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you lose touch with them for 10 years and then getting them to come back and maybe circle back and mentor.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, or their insight, their professionalism.
Mhm.
You know, back in the room, I've got a veteran mentor pointing at young mentors in front of them that are alumni.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been in Minnesota long enough that it's, you know, again, we have people in their late 40s that were on robotics teams.
Oh, look at our referees.
So there are all these connections to
They're-
your team, if you can just pull them back.
Right.
Yeah, makes
Right.
sense.
And their expertise, and, or their passion, or whatever.
Yeah, that connection's been made, you're not just picking someone off of the street. And
Right,
saying, "No."
and have to get them up to speed.
Yeah.
Even though the game's changed. I mean, it's not what it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Yeah, it is. It's fun, it's fascinating. It was fun then too, it was hard then too. You bet.
All right, well, thank you guys.
Yes.
You guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, audience. Thank you, viewers so far.
Next.
Yeah, which one do you want to go to next? What's in here next?
At 2:35, the next session. The next session is MRCA, NMRC, Scholarships and Awards.
In here?
Yep, with Matt and Jesse. On Shape. Organizational strategies round table within a department. On Shape. Intro to command and the command.
Do they have an ending one in here? Or just ends?
I think it's just over at 2:25.
Hannah, you better stay, you got things to learn.
I'll be right back. Oh, I didn't hear it. I was like, I have to.
Although on Shape.
She's just going to the restroom, she'll be right back. Yep, I know, that's why I was like, turn around and look, you say hi.
You know what, I'm gonna go to the on Shape because I don't want to go to the video.
Yeah, no, okay. Let's go in the right spot. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go find that one and tell everybody else to stay in the session.
Okay, that's
Nope. You might have to panic and change the
the Robot Combat Association. Oh, yeah, the MRCA is the Midwest Robot Combat Association.
It's just outside right there.
Yeah.
When it's wet.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the on Shape. I'm gonna go to the on Shape. I don't do much on what?
It's Matt, Dr. Craig is not an on-shape guy, he just learned a lot from
Yeah, and I taught AutoCAD for 20 years, and I don't have any time today anymore, so my CAD skills are rusty. And Onshape seems to be the way things are going, with stuff that's out there you can share and grab. Right. We had an idea season. We started with that, and that was Eric Schaefer.
Frost and I are doing a St. Cloud State on Shape starting at Christmas.
You're doing what now?
$500.
What?
On Shape through St. Cloud State. If you want to jump on with us?
You're taking that class?
It's kind of at your own pace, like online. I know. I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to.
Oh my God. Do you want me in here?
If you want to, you don't have to. What if you got someplace that you want to go? Like, go. Go.
Go off like I'm running away.
Yeah, I don't care.
How do you want us to close up?
Oh, I thought you were gonna have bad news for me.
No.
Are you staying here?
I'm gonna go for a walk and I may come back.
Okay. Huh? I know, I just don't, I didn't look at the schedule yet.
Yeah. I know the word.
My gosh, there's always too many things. What other classes did you go to?
I went through the safe is not a place, a safe place to fail last session.
Okay.
And then I went to the MetaQuest one, the session before that. And then I went to, planning after kickoff for the yellow one, and the green one, I went to the Nicholas purple one.
Oh, sweet. I got the manipulator.
Did you see if there's actually been anybody in St. Cloud in any of these sessions?
Yeah.
It's.
Or are we just broadcasting it on the lines?
Like one of those, big, like, streams. You know those?
Yeah.
Person
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, it was the stream.
Yeah, it's one of those. I didn't know you were in here last one.
Yep.
So was this one basically just for you or something? Or is that because he was speaking?
No, it was 31 who did, a presentation to help other teams with, when you're not a rookie anymore, which I'm.
So like, it wasn't for anybody above first year? Right?
I mean, I think it was just for everyone. I think we just kind of went over avenues that you could take. And like things that work for us and what work for other people. Just kind of like a open session.
That makes sense.
Is this the last?
Yeah.
Today we're back.
Wow.
Today is fun. Especially
We're gonna get back in the van and take a ride for a couple hours.
We took a bus today.
That's a big step for you guys. I love it.
Huh?
I love it. Just sit back.
I know, I was like, there's like two things, buses and buttons. Those are two things that he does not like. And we conquered one today.
Ah. Oh, funny.
That's, yeah.
Give me she's my cousin.
Yeah, my little cousin.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry for you.
It's
too bad.
Oh.
You're what side? Sisters? Moms or sisters? Brothers? Sisters?
Mom.
Mom. No.
Yeah, so like, well, it's my stepmom, and they are cousins, right? Your mom and my stepmom are cousins?
No, my mom and me.
Tammy.
Oh, Tammy? I think
There's some sort of cousins.
Yeah, there's.
So it's like cousins, cousins.
Second cousin.
Through marriage. But they've been married for a while,
And I didn't even know you were involved.
Well, it's only my third year, so.
Third year? I thought you were in.
Oh, no, this is new. That's why when I was like, I feel like I'm still a rookie, but I'm just gonna stand.
You're an aged veteran at this point.
No.
3 years in, like, just show off.
I mean, I definitely feel more confident than when I, like, the first year, for sure, and even more than last year. There's still a lot of moving pieces that I think are forever being moving pieces.
You know, things are always updating and changing.
Yeah.
That's where you were in the box 1 year before.
here and inspiration.
And if I joined, if I was a student right now, we'd be in.
Next year, we're gonna present. Oh, you're saying, okay, yeah, with the same amount of years doing robotics, yeah?
Figure it out. I just can't believe that I'm actually seeing you again. Where are you going this year?
We are going to Duluth. And then we're going to Tennessee. No, we're not going to Great Northern this year. I know. Yeah, we're gonna go to Duluth. Cause I think, what did we do? Did we do that? We did last year. We were like the same place. We try to change it up, and I don't think we've been to Duluth. Gosh.
It's been a while. It's
I
been a
know.
while for Grand Forks
I mean,
too.
definitely wasn't me.
Yeah.
Well, Grand Forks, we just.
No, but I mean, before you got there,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
that had been almost
And then
pre-COVID,
my
I think,
first
since you
year, I
guys were
think we
there.
tried, was it St. Cloud's, new regional?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, last year, I know we went to,
Yep.
St. Cloud and then, no, we went to Great Northern, that's,
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so this year we'll be in Duluth, and then, it's like they're both in March too. And then we'll go to Smoky Mountains Regional, which is outside Lake Mountains.
I don't have a ton of content, so we'll just wait one more minute in case it does. 'Cause we'll still probably not.
We just went to New Orleans.
Get it early out?
Yep, early out. That's what it was like at school yesterday. I think there was,
Oh, no, yeah,
it felt like about 60 kids called down after lunch.
Oh, yeah.
Johnny, report to the office, you're leaving.
Good family thing.
Tammy, report to the office, you're
Oh, yeah,
leaving.
I went actually,
Nobody called us.
last, I think it was.
Mr. Weather, report to the office, you get to go home early.
Well, when I was like, after kickoff thing, it was actually just on my tours.
Oh,
I was, I actually.
Okay,
It's still good information.
there we go. Here they come. I was just about to start when the door opened, so I'll wait. No, it's okay.
Yeah, we'll just wait.
Oh, it's good. Okay, so this session, we're talking about awards and scholarships, and on the title it says NMRC and MRCA. So if you're not in any of those things, well, this group, at least here, physically, are all NMRC teams that are in the room, for those of you in St. Cloud. I know we have a few teams down there. And all the Minnesota teams, you guys are eligible for MRCA stuff for the Minnesota Robotics Coaches Association. I'll start real quick with the NMRC stuff and scholarships. So seniors especially, and this is Minnesota or North Dakota, does not matter. So on the Minnesota Robotics Conference website, nmrconference.org, all kinds of stuff there. But we're gonna talk about resources, and right down here, scholarships. Let's see. 2022, we gave out our first scholarships. So we decided that one of the things we needed to do is support our students beyond just what they're doing in high school, and wanted to kind of kickstart them a little bit. The NMRC wrote a few grants. We started to establish some policy on how to fund our scholarship fund. So if you come to any NMRC event and you order team lunches, any leftover money, usually about 50 cents to $1, of every team lunch goes into the NMRC scholarship fund. That's one of the ways that we keep that going. And then that money sits in a high interest or CDs, our treasurer takes care of that stuff, and we give out scholarships. So there you go, if you want to see who's gotten it in the past. Our scholarships are not really restricted as far as you have to be going to a four-year institution. We don't believe in that. We just believe that you, as a student or a former alum of the NMRC, if you want to go into even a trade of some kind, some type of certification, that scholarship can be used towards that. So if you want to be an underwater welder and you're going to get some type of cert for that, you can apply for this. We are non-restrictive as far as it has to go to tuition. For the most part, if you are going to college, you just ask for your receipt, your paid receipt from your first semester or your grades. Same thing if you pay for some type of trade school certification, you turn that in, and then you'll get a check issued back to you, which is kind of nice. So it doesn't necessarily impact any financial aid that you have. We have two different types of scholarships. There's a general scholarship, kind of everybody gives you some stuff there. Be registered with the first robotics team, who is a member of the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference. We're at 36 teams currently. Need to be a senior in high school and a cumulative 3.0 GPA based on a 4.0 scale. That is pretty much it. Then we have a general scholarship for underrepresented groups. So ladies, minorities, fortunately for most of our teams, that is rural. You can check that box. You are underrepresented in some of this stuff. So two different categories. Application is the same, so if you're not sure which one to fill out, it doesn't matter. Name, address, it's going to ask you for your GPA. You have to have a transcript submitted with it. It's going to ask you about work experience, other activities that you might be in, National Honor Society, 4-H, anything. So, first robotics involvement, your position, maybe you have on the team, different things that you've done with them, and there's an essay, 500 words or less, which is not a lot of words when you're talking about scholarships. Check the boxes, and then letters of recommendation. So you need at least 2 letters of recommendation. One should be from one of your mentors or coaches that you've worked with, and the other one could be kind of at large, so maybe a counselor, principal, pastor, whatever that might be. Pretty simple scholarship application. The people that review these are the coaches. So we have a changing committee each year that kind of rotates through that. So we don't, you can kind of see who's on there. Usually if you apply and your coach is on there, they'll recuse themselves of making those decisions. But pretty easy. For you were on last year? Yep. Kind of fun to read a little bit?
Yeah, it was amazing kids in these programs.
Yeah. Everybody, all the teams have great kids. The one thing I will say is, if you apply, you have a really good chance. I think the most applicants we've ever had for one of our scholarship turn in is 8 or 9. And again, we're at 36 teams in the conference. So even if everybody applied, you're 1 out of 36 for giving out 2. It's probably worth your time. Unlike the first scholarships that are more national, that type of stuff, that pool is a lot more competitive. Our dollars are raised here and they stay here with our students from our region. So, application window, February 1st to April 1st, so we're 60-ish days away. Get ready to apply for that. So put that in your calendars. Coaches, you guys should do the same thing. Put it on your team calendars. NMRC scholarships window opens. The deadline is April 1st. Okay. Okay, so awards. Annual awards. We're gonna stay with the conference right now. The NMRC does a number of annual awards, same type of style as far as who's judging those. That's a rotating schedule, again, of different teams. Those coaches will look at those. Same type of thing, if there is a nominee from that particular team, those coaches are usually swapped out with somebody who does not have a nominee. The first thing we have is the NMRC All Academic Team. So All Academic Award Program recognizes academic excellence based on GPA, okay, for all students within the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference. To earn these honors, a cumulative 3.5 GPA as of March 15th. The State High School League in Minnesota also has an all academic team. They are restricted on grades. I think it's 10, 11, and 12. We'll go as low as freshmen. If they basically varsity letter on the team, they're eligible to have their names listed, okay? Coaches, you must be the ones to turn in this form and submit it. Students, you should know what your GPA is and know that it's here, so you can remind your coaches to fill out that form and get it turned in, okay? Great thing about this is if you make the conference all academic team, the NMRC will send out a press release. Your name will be listed with that. It goes out to the coaches. You will get a certificate for that. And then that should be given to your counselors and it will get added onto your high school transcript. Same as a lot of your other awards for other activities. So there should be a permanent record of that. You should get credit for that. So as you start applying for colleges or scholarships, you can list these as some of your accomplishments because it's on your transcript. Coaches, you do need to sign in with your NMRC Gmail suite. So it is password protected. You can get a hold of Chris Robertson or Kirk Anderson. They are our tech guys, so Bemidji or Uppsala. Nominations for that are also due April 1st. The next one we have is the Volunteer of the Year. So recognize the volunteer within the conference, individuals who are generous with their times and talents. They bring life selfless service to our students and organizations. Their incredible charitable commitments to the NMRC and first team members help ensure a bright future for our community. All right, anyone can nominate an NMRC volunteer for this award. It even says right on the website, special consideration is given to nominations submitted by students, okay? Students, we value your opinion, okay? It means a lot if you are willing to take time out of your day and your time to put some effort into something to nominate a volunteer. And it can be anybody. And maybe it's somebody you've seen a lot, maybe it's somebody you've seen one time. Could be an instructor at the programming camp. It might be somebody that helped set up the NMRC field at an event when you were there. It could be a referee that took a little bit extra time to really, truly explain to you an answer to your question because you just really didn't get it. Whatever you think, a good encounter that you had with somebody, okay? Open to everybody. Nomination forms are due May 15th. So May 15th of this year, those nominations will come in. And then this award is announced in October at our conference championship each year. So it gives us some time to get the awards made, sure we have something nice for them. The Coach or Mentor of the Year, same type of deal. Okay, anyone can nominate an NMRC Coach or Mentor for this award. And again, special consideration for students. It's not password protected, anybody can nominate. All right, so I'm very lucky to have this Woody Flower shirt that means a lot to me. I don't know where to wear it, so I wore it today. But part of it was so I could convey to you as a coach who has received a nomination, and this is for first, and won this award, it means a lot. And it would mean a lot to any one of your coaches. The fact that a student took time to nominate me and write it must mean that I did something along the way that was impactful to them. And at this point in my career, I've given 14-ish years to robotics. We put a lot of time and effort into it. We sacrifice a lot. And knowing that somebody appreciated it enough to nominate me is pretty impactful. The girl who I know wrote this, I told her when she, at her graduation, like I'll always have a special place, like in my memory and in my heart with her because she was the one who got this done for me. And it's a cool connection. So, students, I promise you, I know every one of your coaches, you have a coach that is worth nominating for this award, okay? Coaches, this could be any team. You can nominate each other. We see each other a lot. We know who's putting in the time or effort. We know who goes out of their way to help us, to help our team, the ones that are stepping up and that deserve more recognition. So you as well are able to nominate, okay? It does not restrict us. So think about those around you that are helping support you. And you can nominate your assistant coaches. It doesn't have to be a head coach at all. Last one that we do is we do Team Member of the Year. Again, these are all given out at our conference championship. So nomination forms are due by May 15th. This has to be a junior this year. So they would be a junior this year. You would turn this in because again, we give this out next year at the conference championship. It's very similar language to the Dean's List Award. So if you are nominating students for the Dean's List Award, it's basically a copy and paste. I should have said that for the Coach of the Year too. It's very similar to the Woody Flowers nomination. So if you're already doing that work for one award, and if you think they're worthy of nationally or globally, they're probably worthy of it as well. So take a few extra minutes, copy, paste, turn that stuff in. If you want to know any of those past winners, we don't have a running tally on that page like we do with the scholarships, but if you go under history, we look back at 2023. There you go. So 2023, Advocate Josh was the student of the year. Ryan Lindsay from Battle was the coach of the year. And there you go. Rory Held, who's in this building today, helped put some of this on, was our volunteer of the year that year. So enshrined forever on the internet. So, okay. Also for the coach of the year stuff, students, I'm gonna get on you because we care more about what your opinions are, and not that anybody was not deserving, because everybody who gets submitted is very deserving. We had fewer coaches nominated than I have fingers on one hand. Okay, there should be easily 20 nominations turned in each year, at least in my opinion, from what I know of all of our coaches. So put those dates on your calendar. Consider you guys have, well, I know you guys have an awards group or team that works on your team. You guys, you got somebody in charge of this stuff or not yet? Okay. Luigi? Don't know. But you're gonna take this all back to them. You're gonna say, hey, here's these deadlines. You're gonna put them on the team calendar, right? Okay. Yep. Okay, Coaches Association. This is kind of cool. So if you go over here to Minnesota Robotics Coaches Association, this pertains to all the mentors. If you are a mentor of a first robotics team in the state of Minnesota, you can apply. 50, I don't know where it is. I think it's about $50 for annual membership. You get all kinds of benefits, including insurance and everything else. But a lot of coaches will tell you the most important stuff are the awards. Okay, so state level awards are run through MRCA. So if you're going to get one for your students, all academic team, this is where they get submitted to. The coaches are the ones that actually review everything and on this committee and do this for the entire state. So the MRCA will recognize all academic awards for individual students. So you, a standalone, if you're the only straight A student on your team, that's fine, you're still going to get recognized. Or collectively, there is a team all-state academic. So your average GPAs for all of your varsity letter winners on your team, okay? So 2 different ones for that. Mentors and coaches, and then individual students for state. There's a breakdown, I want to say there's 6 different categories. So there's like a programmer of the year, a business person of the year, a build team member of the year. So you can be nominated for an individual thing and make the all-state team in those categories. I think there's, can't even remember, there's 2, I think, for each area, okay? So the all-state team in robotics, there would be 12 students on that. Coaches Hall of Fame. All right, so Hall of Fame recommendations. So nominated robotics coach or volunteer that deserves recognition. No person that got this started in our state was instrumental in its growth. So need to let their story known by April 1st. Starting to be a lot of similar deadlines on dates on this stuff. Okay, so here's the application. Again, anybody can nominate anybody for the Coaches Hall of Fame, okay? Outstanding contribution to individuals who have promoted robotics in Minnesota. Nominees must have demonstrated dedication and standards to the highest degree available for FRC robotics. All nominees will be judged on their significant and/or long-term commitment to robotics in Minnesota and/or beyond. While many have served at their team's schools, areas of expertise over a lengthy and distinguished career, their accomplishments must have been worthy of statewide recognition for consideration. Longevity without meaningful statewide impact does not necessarily constitute credentials for Hall of Fame consideration. So just because a mentor has maybe been doing it for 20 years, if they've been living on their island with their little team and not really branching out, Like that doesn't automatically qualify just because they've been doing it for a long period of time. Nominees must meet criteria 1 or 2 to be considered. Nominees must be an active or retired coach who were active in robotics prior to the start of the MRCA or currently are MRCA members and have mentored a minimum of 10 years. So it's kind of your first one. Have you been doing it for at least a decade? FRC Robotics in Minnesota with a combined total of 15 years in robotics, including involvement with FTC or FLL also. Okay. The second one, and/or nominees be individuals involved with the development of robotics in Minnesota, including but not limited to volunteering at events, state team impact, serving on boards and committees to further FRC for a minimum of 10 years. So really what we were trying to do, I remember helping kind of create this a little bit, working with other members of MRCA, was all the other activities in the state of Minnesota have halls of fame. And we know the effort and the time that it goes into it, and we thought it would only be fitting that we have our own Hall of Fame. We're lucky in this room, there's a Hall of Famer sitting over here. So Kay and Olaf Netterberg, are you okay? The first ever husband and wife duo elected into the Robotics Coaches Hall of Fame. So that was on the inaugural year too, right? The very first year that that award was given. So from our part of the woods. On top of that, last year we had our second ever husband and wife couple. So Russ and Ray Anderson out of Greenbush, Middle River were elected into the Hall of Fame. Others have been, Mark Lawrence is in the Hall of Fame. He was one of those original ones. He was one of the ones credited for really starting robotics, really getting things going and helping establish it in Minnesota. Lori Shimizu, who is the volunteer coordinator for all of FIRST now, her role with the Edina team and stuff over the years, so she's had a large play in this for 20 plus years. The name escapes me right now, but the gentleman who was the chair of the Minnesota State High School League, no, not Ken, it was just 2 years ago. But anyway, so he was the chair of the Minnesota State High School League when the high school league accepted robotics as an official activity. So he's been retired for a number of years, but he was, for his commitments to allowing us to reach that part. Ken Rosen is also in the Hall of Fame. I think there's another couple from, or another gal from over by Duluth. Yeah. So we've had a few, it's only been an award for a few years, but it's really, again, those ones that are trying to make bigger impacts statewide. But again, just you as a career for your team can still make it. Okay. All right, individual all academic. Again, coaches, you have access to this. Just fill out the form. Your name, your student's name, the high school, team numbers, your student's cumulative GPA, and their grade, and you just click submit. It's honestly super fast. We usually ask our counselors, we give them their roster or AD, and they'll print it all off with all their GPAs, and we just highlight the ones we gotta type in, and we're good to go. You'll get those you'll get an email certificate back from the Coaches Association with those. Very similar for the all-team one. It does ask for which section you're in. Everybody in this room, you're going to be in section 8 or 7. Sorry. The number of team members you have, and then the GPA from the last graded term. And depending on your school, maybe a little bit different too. That's why there's that date of March 15th. If you're on semesters, usually your first semester, you have that by March 15th. If you're on trimesters, it may fall pre or post, so you just go back to wherever the last official grading period was in your school. Okay, so here's the student All-State. Each team may nominate deserving individuals to be recognized as members of the All-State robotics team. So you as a mentor, you only need to have one mentor from your team that's a member of MRCA by January 15th of the current season. And complete and submit the application by April 1st. So again, another April 1st deadline. There should be a lot of things that are due at that time. Okay? The nominated student must be a senior. So this season, student must have been involved in FRC for 2 years. Nominated student must have no MSHSL violations in both the previous and current academic year. MSHSL violations are, what would that be? Things like minor consumptions, don't get caught drinking, okay? Drug paraphernalia, any of those types of things. Fights, bullying, sexual harassment, any of those things. Referral type stuff from your school. Those are violations of state high school league policy. If your student that you want to nominate has had one in this season or the previous season, they are not eligible, okay? Nominated student must have excelled in one of the following categories. Here they are: programming, business, which is marketing, media, and outreach, design, the build team, competition, so drive team, pit or spirit, and then just overall leadership. Mentor information, team information, student stuff, then you get into a few more of the questions, some more of the essay type stuff. Yes?
Is there a limit on how many of those you can nominate in a year?
You can nominate as many as you want. I do know that unofficially, I think that the committee would rather you not nominate 4 of your students for the same thing. I think they would trust you to make some decisions, right? If you have 2 amazing builders, then it's really, you probably should pick which one you think is the most deserving to be nominated for the building category. But that's, again, that's to my knowledge, that's not official, it's just kind of an unwritten thing. Yes?
What about safety captain?
So the safety captain falls under this as well, right? So that would be under the build team because that's part of safety. So that would be an element. So yes, that's also, it's also very possible. I know that there has been, again, the last few years, while there are nominations coming in, the pool or the selection pool is still probably thin, and they would welcome more nominees. So, doesn't mean that the ones that won were not deserving, because they are very deserving, but should be at least a dozen, if not 2 dozen, of almost every single position that's getting turned into. So, I just know historically statewide, we have not been doing a good job of putting students out there. These awards, so all these state awards, the Hall of Fame, and these student ones, are presented at the State High School League tournament. You will get if you are getting one of these awards, you'll get an invite from the Coaches Association inviting you and your parents to come down to the state tournament and actually walk out on the field during the state tournament and receive that award. If it's an academic award, your name and your teams get listed on the slideshows that are played during the state tournament, so everybody gets to see those. Yes. Okay. The biggest reason I want to do this is just to tell you, apply, submit. It's a great thing. It's a great thing for kids to get recognized. It's a great thing to recognize our peers and our mentors. Thank them. It's a way to thank them for what they're doing. Other questions? Anything?
I really appreciate when you send out the email saying, hey, remember to do this.
Yes.
Because it's a busy time of year.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. We try to send out reminders. Yeah, we try. And timely enough that you can still act upon it, but yes. I talked about those. Any other questions? We could talk about first awards or any of that kind of stuff too if you need anything. Students, DLers, you submitting anybody for a Woody Flowers Award this year?
That's not yet to be determined.
See, your mentors are too humble, they're not gonna say it, but that's on you. You have to write it, you have to submit it, you have to turn it in. Don't point at him, like, not just him by himself. Okay? But you should have it. And don't get discouraged if your mentor doesn't get it that year. There's a lot of really qualified people. I know for a few of them, like, you save it, you tweak it the next year, you keep adjusting it. And that's how you do it. The other thing I will say is
that nomination is valid for that year, you have to resubmit the following. If you have a Woody Flowers nominee, right, so you win it at a regional, you are automatically moved into the pool for the World Championships to be selected. They pick one globally. You may resubmit, so if your coach wins it, say, last year, you could resubmit them this year again. Now, they will not win it at a regional event because they're already a regional winner, but they're eligible globally for that season. So each season has to be turned in, even if they've won it at a region. Yes?
So, for the coaches award, could a person from North Dakota, aka me, nominate a person from Minnesota, aka
Yes. A person from North Dakota, aka you, could nominate a coach from Minnesota, aka her, as long as it would be through the NMRC. Okay, through that one. So you're not eligible to nominate her at the state level in Minnesota because you're not a state. So, yes. Fair question. Any others? No? Okay. All right, those of you in St. Cloud, I'm sorry I can't see you or answer questions for you. But check out the websites. You can email us on the NMRC's website if you have any questions about those, or reach out to your regional reps on MRCA. So, all right. I don't know that answer. I don't know if they're doing I guess if they would, it would be in here, wouldn't it? Maren, is your husband trying to get everybody together in the room to like take a picture or like say thank you or send them on their way? That'd be fun, huh? I'm gonna text my crew. I did. I was there. Yep.
Get out there. Get out there.
Yep, I know. It was great.
we have the banner in our tech co-op.
Yeah? That's awesome. Good.
Yeah, it was fun. You should have showed the 2025, see if you're on there.
You are on there.
Oh, yay.
Yep, it's updated.
Yay.
That's why she brought her blanket, right? Will you check? Yeah. See how many bodies are. No, I'm gonna go look at
How many
No, she is good. She's going No, just.
Okay, sounds good. I just texted my crew. Text your crew.
Tell them what?
Everybody's got to come here so we can do a wrap up, a thank you, a picture.
Hannah's got it. We lost 3 of them.
Okay.
They're going to hockey. Nicely enough, they're playing in Moorhead, so.
Oh, that's helpful.
Super helpful.
All right, Detroit Lakes, tell all your crew they got to come here before you leave.
We're gonna take a picture.
Oh, wait, you're all here?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
We still have 4 more.
Okay. We want to do a little wrap up before we leave.
I just call this Jump Street.
Jump Street, 21 Jump Street.
Nice.
It's a good show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is this? 112.
112. Yep.
Oh my gosh. Too tired.
We're not broadcasting.
Nope.
You want to see something?
Hey, did it notify you?
It notified me.
Did it say everyone?
Here's what I'm working on.
It's just, yeah, it's us as everyone. Yep, nice job.
So this for state tournament schedule. We can't start before 5. Yes, we start. at 6.
Oh, you mean in the evening, okay.
Yeah, it's on Friday. Right, so we still get practice round and 1 qual round in.
So where's the game today?
Yeah,
Not to call them out.
yeah.
What were you saying?
So what school?
Need us.
Dude.
We still, if we go up to 8 playoff teams, that stretches us out.
Right.
But then you're still stuck at 7 rounds. So that's what I was talking a little bit, like, we laugh, like, if we were gonna go to a 2-day event anyway, us out-of-state teams, we were gonna spend 2 nights there.
Right.
We were gonna do Thursday night and Friday.
Right.
So, if we do Friday and Saturday night,
It's still same. It's still,
Awards
ooh,
at
those are
8.
long days. Wowza.
it's long. I mean, we're 7:30 to 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a big day.
And if you,
That is.
there's
But
a
then
road that
then
you
you
go
get
on, if you go straight
12 more teams in the playoffs.
you go
That's true.
You know,
straight shot.
and I can get 8 balls, but then we're gonna probably drop down to 4 teams back in the playoffs again, or 4 lines in the playoffs.
Right.
So there's definitely some trade-offs.
Right. Well, if you're gonna, yeah.
And you need a dinner break. So my thought is if we do the dinner break here, the later you go, like less people stick around.
Right.
So after the first 4 teams will be eliminated.
Right.
So they could pack up. But this is still late enough. There's enough teams here to make the stands still be full.
Right.
To kind of do stuff that night.
Right.
And then my other hope would be that, well, since it's 8 o'clock anyway, and this is getting later, nobody's really pushing to get on the road.
Right. Just stay.
To get home, like just right?
Just stay.
When you're finishing up and you're doing awards at 5:30 or 6 o'clock, people are getting up like, oh, let's go.
People still might go, but not us.
We won't, none of us outstayers. We'll all stay. Go over roads. Pequot State last year had a closer than us, but he got the buses like, school's paying.
Yep,
Okay.
us too.
Yeah.
School pays for us.
Right. So,
Yep.
You need to teach your
Yeah,
child.
I think it's kind of down and dirty more than normal. 10 o'clock night is hard. And then have to get back up. And what time do we have to be there?
it's 7:30.
Yeah.
It's supposed to 10.
Yeah.
But to get, unless
Oh, yeah, that's true. That was just.
unless they can get the field set up earlier, but the biggest thing we don't know right now is what time audio, video, and that stuff gets up and running, because they're always waiting on them to get done so they can finish setting up the field. So otherwise we could start sooner. But the other thing too is if we go a little bit later with these rounds, we don't need field reset people until 6 so they can finish their day at work.
Could you just have dinner first?
We can. Well, I was just doing the driver's meeting, field operations. I mean, this is just measurement calibration. So they're not sure that they'd be done. They thought 5 would be pushing it to 5:30.
Yeah.
So I said, well, if we do field calibration from 5:45 to 6:30, they can rotate in and out to eat dinner, the
Right.
FTAs and stuff, right? And we're calling it the dinner break, but really 7 o'clock is the first. The teams can cycle through and eat whenever.
Whenever. Yeah.
And then thinking about even this, like as long a day as this is making sure we have a floating rest. Right? They're gonna rotate in and out, like we're gonna do 3 matches, and then you get 3 matches off.
Right.
We're gonna,
Absolutely.
same thing with FTA, same thing with scorers, like.
Yep. Absolutely.
No, we don't.
You can't just do it. We don't want to.
No, it's too much.
And that, it makes it not fun. You're exhausted.
This is the schedule I wanted. This was our 2-dayer.
Uh-huh.
So this is Thursday morning.
Yep.
It's open at 8. We got nice, easy morning.
Yep.
Practice match. Ceremonies. We got a couple of nice ball rounds.
Yep.
You know, kind of the prime time stuff. You're done at 8:30. Back at 8.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do our lunch.
Let's do that. Do that.
You said team.
Oh, Rory did?
Do it. Come on.
Oh, it's not us. Oh.
Like, oh God, I think she is so disorganized. And like, just, I know. Yeah. It's not, yeah. I got a couple other activities that I push overseas too, like,
Like 1 in 5 potential.
Right?
I thought it'd be,